Υπάρχει. Okay. Yeah. Dear ministers, government officials from Greece, Turkey, Serbia, Montenegro, Albania, Croatia, and Malta, I would like to warmly welcome you at Beyond, the fourth Beyond, at the Ministerial Leadership Dialogue, along with high-level representatives from other international organizations such as the Council of Europe, especially the Committee on AI, ENISA, the International Communication Union, and others are gathering again in Thessaloniki for the second consecutive year to discuss during the ministerial dialogue potential collaborations and strategic opportunities that can arise from the digital transformation of the landscape in the Southeast Europe. This year, the Ministerial Dialogue is chaired by the Greek Minister of Digital Governance, and we thank him warmly for that. Again, also, I need to pinpoint that against the backdrop of the ongoing elections and it's in the region, the presence of prominent policymakers reflects a vote of confidence and trust in our organization, and this is something that I also need to welcome and address. It signifies Greece's also pivotal role in spearheading the digital transformation, fostering innovation, and promoting cooperation agendas within the region. It signifies the importance of Thessaloniki and the growing prominence of Beyond as a place of a trusted an opportunity for a dialogue. The ministerial dialogue will delve into pressing issues surrounding innovation, emphasizing the critical need for investments in robust digital infrastructure. Discussions will center on the transformative potential of AI across industries, the importance of cross-border investments in digital infrastructure, and strategies for enhancing cybersecurity and fostering innovation. We recognize the immense opportunities that digital innovation presents for economic growth, job creation, and societal advancement. At the same time, we are mindful of the challenges, including the need to bridge the digital divide, safeguard data privacy, and ensure ethical AI development. I extend once more my sincere gratitude to all participants for their commitment in advancing digital transformation and for their presence here. Beyond is growing steadily year after year in content, in business opportunities, and in essence becomes the floor for a fruitful discussion. Thank you all for participating in our conference.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear friends, welcome once again to the Southeast Europe Beyond Leadership Dialogue. Today, as we come here in Thessaloniki, we embark on a journey towards a future of digital cooperation and innovation in our region. And of course, the word journey is not only a metaphor, since all of you have traveled to Thessaloniki. I want to express on behalf of the organization our sincere gratitude to the ministers, to the representatives of governments and organizations, and all participants for being here in Thessaloniki despite your demanding schedules. Your presence here underscores the importance of our collective efforts in advancing digital cooperation and transformation in our region. Of course, against all this, the backdrop of geopolitical shifts, the digital challenges, the threats, but also the opportunities that we face, our region, the Southeast Europe, Eastern Mediterranean, stands at a pivotal moment. And this ministerial dialogue serves exactly as a platform, as a vital platform for fostering collectively cooperation and altogether addressing our common challenges. And I think we will all agree that by working together, we can create a more inclusive and more innovative Southeast Europe that benefits all our citizens. I will not take more of your time. A warm welcome to the representatives from Turkey, Serbia, Montenegro, Albania, Croatia, and many other countries, the ITU and NISA, the Council of Europe, the Chart of Trust, and many other partners. Our aim is to make Thessaloniki and beyond a focal point for regional cooperation, for regional digital exchange, and use this platform in order as a network for this ongoing dialogue. Special thanks, of course, to the Minister of Digital Governance of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Papasteriou, for the support. Thessaloniki, with its rich history and strategic location, serves as a focal point, as a natural hub for this dialogue. We thank you all for being here today. We thank the ministers, we thank all delegations, and we're looking forward to the discussions. Thank you very much. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for being here. It's a great honor and pleasure. I'm going to switch to Greek, so please use your headphones. Καλημέρα σε όλες και σε όλους. Είναι πραγματικά μια εξαιρετική τιμή και χαρά που βρισκόμαστε εδώ γύρω από το ίδιο τραπέζι. Άνθρωποι των κυβερνήσεων από την Ελλάδα, την Τουρκία, το Μαυροβούνιο, την Αλβανία, τη Σερβία, την Κροατία, το Συμβουλίο της Ευρώπης, ευρωπαϊκούς φορείς, διότι θεωρώ πως είναι πραγματικά μια τεράστια ευκαιρία την ώρα που πλέον αρχίζουν και ξεκαθαρίζουν οι αξίες που πρέπει να έχουμε στην Ευρώπη, που πρέπει να έχουμε στα Βαλκάνια, το πώς μπορούμε πλέον να αφήσουμε πίσω το παρελθόν, να φύγουμε μπροστά στο μέλλον με όλα αυτά τα οποία μας ενώνουν. Και είναι νομίζω η Θεσσαλονίκη το κατάλληλο μέρος, γιατί είναι η κουλτούρα της Θεσσαλονίκης, είναι η πολυπολιτισμικότητα της Θεσσαλονίκης, αυτή η οποία πραγματικά μπορεί κάτω από την ίδια έκθεση, από την ίδια στέγη, εδώ στην Beyond, να γίνει η αρχή για κοινές πρωτοβουλίες. Για κοινές πρωτοβουλίες σε σχέση με την τεχνολογία, η οποία μπορεί πραγματικά να ενώσει τα κενά τα οποία στο παρελθόν υπήρχαν. Και μάλιστα δεν είμαστε σε μια τυχαία στιγμή της ιστορίας της τεχνολογίας, είμαστε νομίζω σε μια νέα αρχή, γιατί η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη και οι προκλήσεις και οι κίνδυνοι, να το δεχτώ, που μπορεί να έχει, νομίζω πως είναι οι προκλήσεις αυτές που θα δώσουν λύσεις σε ζητήματα τα οποία στο παρελθόν υπήρχαν. Έχουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε λοιπόν μπροστά μας πολύ σημαντικά ζητήματα και θα έθετα ως σημαντικότερο όλων το κλίμα. Το κλίμα και το πώς θα μπορέσουμε μέσω κοινών πρωτοβουλειών να βρούμε λύσεις. Έλεγα νωρίτερα στον πολύ καλό συνάδελφο και τον ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που ήρθε στην Ελλάδα, τον Υπουργό της Βιομηχανίας και Τεχνολογίας της Τουρκίας, ότι για θέματα τόσο μεγάλα όσο το κλίμα, προφανώς τα σύνορα δεν οριοθετούν απολύτως τίποτα. Όταν λοιπόν μια φυσική καταστροφή έρχεται, δεν ρωτάει αν θα ξεσπάσει πάνω από την Ελλάδα, την Τουρκία, την Αλβανία, τη Βόρεια Μακεδονία, το Μαυροβούνιο. Το κλίμα λοιπόν είναι κοινό για όλους, οι φυσικοί πόροι είναι κοινοί για όλους και ως τέτοιους πρέπει να τους δούμε και ως τέτοια πρέπει να αντιμετωπίσουμε τα προβλήματα αυτά. Άρα κοινές δράσεις για το κλίμα. Συζητούσαμε νωρίτερα για τις προκλήσεις που έρχονται πλέον όχι στις δύο διαστάσεις, ότι όταν τα προβλήματα στις δύο διαστάσεις στο έδαφος δεν μπορούν να λυθούν, υπάρχει τρίτη διάσταση που είναι το διάστημα, όπου μάλλον από εκεί πέρα πλέον θα πρέπει να αναζητήσουμε τις προβλεπόμενες λύσεις και εκεί πρέπει να δουλέψουμε πολύ. Ήταν, αν θέλετε, οι φωτιές του καλοκαιριού, οι πλημμύρες του Σεπτέμβρη και πολλά άλλα τέτοια ζητήματα, τα οποία μας θέτουν πλέον νέους όρους στο παιχνίδι της κλιματικής κρίσης και αντιμετώπισή της. Και βέβαια δεν είναι μόνο αυτό. Κυβερνοασφάλεια. Ένα τεράστιο ζήτημα το οποίο σήμερα η Ευρώπη έρχεται να επιλύσει. Τον Οκτώβρη η νέα Ευρωπαϊκή Οδηγία NIS 2 μας βάζει ένα καινούριο τελείως κλίμα αντιμετώπισης. Αντί να σπαταλάμε χρόνο όλες οι χώρες για το πώς η μία θα αποκρούει σε επιθέσεις που μπορεί να γίνονται από διάφορους ανόητους προς τις άλλες, θα πρέπει να ενώσουμε δυνάμεις για να μπορέσουμε πλέον να δημιουργήσουμε συστήματα ασφαλή, συστήματα τα οποία θα δώσουν ευημερία στους πολίτες μας. Το πώς θα μπορέσουμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη στα σωστά πλαίσια, προκειμένου να δώσουμε λύσεις στην υγεία. Αν πραγματικά περιμένω κάτι ως ηλεκτρολόγος μηχανικός από την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, είναι το πρώτο που θα ήθελα να δω να κάνει είναι να επιλύσει ζητήματα σε σχέση με ασθένειες οι οποίες μέχρι σήμερα δεν μπορούμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε και όμως η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη με τη δυνατότητα που έχει να επεξεργαστεί μεγάλα δεδομένα μπορεί να το κάνει. Άρα και εδώ πέρα να ενώσουμε δυνάμεις, να ενώσουμε ανώνυμα δεδομένα και να δούμε πώς μπορούμε μέσα από πλατφόρμες που όλες οι χώρες μπορούν να αναπτύξουν, να ενώσουμε αυτές τις δυνάμεις μας για να βρούμε λύσεις που μέχρι σήμερα πήγαιναν πάρα πολύ αργά. Τι θέλουμε στην ουσία να κάνουμε μέσω της τεχνολογίας? Αυτό το οποίο είπα και χθες στα εγγένεια της έκθεσης είναι θέλουμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε την τεχνολογία προκειμένου να επαναφέρουμε ή να ενισχύσουμε την εμπιστοσύνη ανάμεσα στα κράτη μας και τους πολίτες. Σε εποχές που πιθανώς η εμπιστοσύνη είναι το ζητούμενο, που οι πολίτες αποστρέφονται την πολιτική για διάφορους λόγους, το να μπορέσεις να δώσεις στοχευμένες λύσεις στην ώρα τους και με σωστά οικονομικά μεγέθη είναι ό,τι σημαντικότερο μπορεί η τεχνολογία, την οποία υπηρετώ, την οποία αγαπώ ως ηλεκτρονικός μηχανικός πρέπει να κάνει τα επόμενα χρόνια. Τι άλλο πρέπει να δούμε? Το πώς θα μπορέσουμε να δημιουργήσουμε συνθήκες ευημερίας για τους πολίτες μας, έτσι ώστε να μείνουν στις χώρες τους, να κρατήσουν την κουλτούρα τους. Κάθε χώρα έχει τη δική της κουλτούρα, το δικό της πολιτισμό, τα δικά της ήθη και έθιμα και αυτά είναι απολύτως σεβαστά. Αλλά στο τέλος της ημέρας θα πρέπει να δημιουργήσουμε τέτοιες συνθήκες που θα γυρίσουν άνθρωποι πίσω, θα ζήσουν στις χώρες τους, θα ζήσουν όπως θέλουν με ειρήνη και βέβαια με όλα αυτά τα εφόδια που η τεχνολογία και τα νέα οικοσυστήματα που δημιουργούνται, συστήματα καινοτομίας, νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις, πώς θα μπορέσουν όλες αυτές λοιπόν οι επιχειρήσεις να εκμεταλλευτούν τα εφόδια που δίνονται για να ζήσουν καλύτερα. Αυτό λοιπόν είναι ένα πλαίσιο το οποίο σήμερα συζητάμε σε αυτό το επίπεδο και είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό το ότι πλέον αρχίζουμε και βλέπουμε όλοι πως η περιοχή μας, η περιοχή των Βαλκανίων και λίγο πιο διευρυμένα, είναι μια περιοχή η οποία πρέπει πλέον να βρει και νομίζω πως έχει βρει έναν κοινό βηματισμό για να περπατήσει τα επόμενα χρόνια. Το περιβάλλον είναι κοινό για όλους, η φυσική πόρη είναι κοινή για όλους, τα νερά μας και τα προβλήματα τα οποία πιθανώς να αντιμετωπίσουμε στο μέλλον είναι κοινά για όλους. Συνεπώς, ας δουλέψουμε μαζί για να βρούμε και κοινές λύσεις στα κοινά μας προβλήματα, στα προβλήματα των πολιτών. Η αρχή νομίζω πως μπορεί να γίνει, εδώ να είναι ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Πολλές φορές, ξέρετε, οι εκθέσεις δουλεύουν και ως απολογισμοί. Πέρυσι τι είχαμε, φέτος τι κάνουμε και τι θα μπορέσουμε του χρόνου να κάνουμε. Κλείνω με την ευχή λοιπόν του χρόνου, εδώ στην Beyond, να τραβήξουμε μια γραμμή και να δούμε πώς ξεκίνησε αυτή η συνεργασία, σε ποιο επίπεδο βρίσκεται και τι περισσότερο προσφέραμε στις χώρες μας, στο περιβάλλον, στους ανθρώπους μας. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, αγαπητές και αγαπητοί φίλες και φίλοι που ήρθατε σήμερα στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Η τεχνολογία μας ενώνει, η τεχνολογία μας πορώνει, μπορώ να πω, για όσους αγαπάμε πραγματικά την τεχνολογία, και η τεχνολογία μπορεί να είναι η λύση στα προβλήματα τα οποία καλούμαστε να αντιμετωπίσουμε. Καλώς μας ήρθατε.
Thank you very much, Minister Papasterigiou. We are ready to start with the ministerial dialogue under the title Charting the Path to Regional Digital Growth, the Future of Innovative Investments, Regional Convergence and Challenges. And around the table we have our Minister Dimitris Papasterigiou, Minister of Digital Governance of Greece, Minister of Industry and Technology of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Mehmet Fatih Kasir. Minister, welcome to Thessaloniki. From Montenegro, the Minister of Education, Science and Innovation, Ms. Angela Yaksik-Stojanovic. Welcome, Minister. From Albania, Romina Kuko, the Deputy Minister of Interior. She will connect via Zoom because she's also the President of the Municipal Council of Tirana, and they have their meeting today. From Serbia, Professor Miroslav Trajanovic. Welcome, Professor, State Secretary of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technological Development. Croatia, State Secretary Spomenka Djuric from the Ministry of Regional Development and EU Funds. Last but not least, from the Council of Europe and the Secretary General of the Committee on Artificial Intelligence, Mr. Christian Bartolin. I will give the floor first to Minister Papasterigiou again, or you don't? Okay. No, okay. Since you all had your initial remarks, Minister Kasir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants. I'm greatly pleased to be with you here, and I greet all of you with friendship and respect. And at the beginning of my speech, I must thank Excellency Dimitri Papasteriou, the Minister of Digital Governance of Greece, for hosting us here. And I want to continue my speech in my own language, Turkish now. Bu bölgesel etkinliklerin ülkelerimiz arasındaki diyalog ve işbirliğini artırabilmek ve sadece bölgemizi değil, tüm insanlığı etkileyen sorunların üstesinden gelebilmek adına çok kıymetli olduğunu düşünüyorum.
Πιστεύω ότι τέτοιες περιφερειακές εκδηλώσεις είναι πολύ πολύτιμες και σημαντικές, έτσι ώστε μας δίνουν την ευκαιρία να κάνουμε διάλογο και να έχουμε συνεργασία, να εγκαθιδρύσουμε συνεργασία σε διάφορα προβλήματα που μας απασχολούν.
Türkiye olarak bölgemizdeki tüm komşularımızla yakın işbirliği ve diyalog içinde olmayı arzu ediyoruz.
Ως Τουρκία επιθυμούμε να έχουμε με όλες τις γειτονικές μας χώρες έναν ισχυρό και μια ισχυρή συνεργασία.
Geçtiğimiz Aralık ayında Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip Erdoğan Atina'ya tarihi bir ziyaret gerçekleştirdi.
Ο πρόεδρος της Δημοκρατίας μας, ο κύριος Ρετζέπ Ταΐπ Ερντογάν, έκανε μια ιστορική επίσκεψη τον Δεκέμβριο του 2023 στην Ελλάδα.
Bu ziyaret esnasında Türkiye ve Yunanistan liderleri dostane ilişkiler ve iyi komşuluk bildirgesini imzalayarak tüm dünyaya duyurmuş oldular.
Οι ηγέτες κατά τη διάρκεια αυτής της επίσκεψης, οι ηγέτες των δύο χωρών υπέγραψαν την Συμφωνία των Αθηνών, η οποία είναι για την εγκαθίδρυση για καλές γειτονικές σχέσεις.
İnanıyorum ki bu süreç Yunanistan-Türkiye ilişkilerinde yeni bir dönemin kapılarını aralayacak.
Και πιστεύω ότι αυτό θα ανοίξει τις πόρτες για την ενίσχυση, την καλυτέρευση των διμερών μας σχέσεων.
Az önce Sayın Bakan da ifade ettiler. Birlikte mücadele etmemiz gereken, insanlığın geleceği için üstesinden gelmemiz gereken çok sayıda sorun var.
Πριν από λίγο ο κύριος Υπουργός ανέφερε ότι υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά προβλήματα τα οποία θα πρέπει με συνεργασία να μπορέσουμε να τα ξεπεράσουμε.
Aynı zamanda 4. sanayi devrimi olarak adlandırılan bir sürecin de içindeyiz.
Επίσης βρισκόμαστε σε μια πορεία, σε μια περίοδο, εποχή που την ονομάζεται ως τέταρτη βιομηχανική επανάσταση.
Bu sürecin tüm insanlığın yararına olması için birlikte çalışmalıyız.
Και πρέπει να εργαστούμε μαζί ώστε αυτή η περίοδος, η τέταρτη δηλαδή βιομηχανική επανάσταση, να είναι προς όφελος ολόκληρης της ανθρωπότητας.
Biz bu sürece Türkiye olarak yenilikçi teknolojileri geliştiren ve insanlık yararına dünya ile paylaşan bir ülke olabilme hedefiyle sürdürüyoruz.
Εμείς αυτή την περίοδο προσπαθούμε να την δούμε ως μια περίοδο για να εργαστούμε και να κάνουμε αυτή την περίοδο, την βιομηχανική επανάσταση, προς όφελος όλων των πολιτών και όλου του κόσμου.
Son 20 yılda bu hedef doğrultusunda güçlü bir Ar-Ge, teknoloji ve inovasyon ekosistemi inşa ettik.
Τα τελευταία 20 χρόνια έχουμε χτίσει ένα πολύ ισχυρό οικοσύστημα τεχνολογίας και ανάπτυξης πάνω σε αυτό το τομέα.
Kurduğumuz 101 teknoparkta 10.000'den fazla teknoloji girişimi, inovasyon faaliyetlerini bakanlığımız desteğiyle sürdürüyor.
Έχουμε χτίσει 101 τεχνολογικά πάρκα, τα οποία έχουν μέσα τους 10.000 εταιρείες, τεχνικές εταιρείες.
Türk özel sektörü ve küresel şirketler Türkiye'de 1600'den fazla Ar-Ge ve tasarım merkezi kurdular.
Οι τουρκικές ιδιωτικές εταιρείες έχουν ιδρύσει πάνω από 1.600 κέντρα τεχνολογίας και ανάπτυξης.
Türkiye'nin Ar-Ge insan kaynağı 20 yıllık dönemde 29.000'den 272.000'e yükseldi.
Και το ανθρώπινο δυναμικό πάνω στο θέμα της τεχνολογίας και της ανάπτυξης έχει αυξηθεί στις 272.000 το ανθρώπινο δυναμικό.
Tüm bu altyapı, imkan ve kabiliyetler Türkiye'nin yenilikçi ve dönüştürücü teknolojilerde öncü ülkelerden biri olmasını sağlıyor.
Και όλα αυτά κάνουν την Τουρκία να είναι μια χώρα πάνω στον τομέα της τεχνολογίας πρωτοπόρα.
Mobilite teknolojilerinde iddia sahibi olabilmek adına akıllı elektrikli Türk otomobilini geçtiğimiz yıl yollara çıkardık.
σε τεχνολογίες κινητικότητας. Την περασμένη χρονιά, για παράδειγμα, βγάλαμε το πρώτο ηλεκτρικό όχημα της Τουρκίας, τουρκικό.
2053 karbon net sıfır hedeflerimiz doğrultusunda yenilenebilir enerjiye öncelik verdik. Bugün Türkiye güneş paneli üretiminde Avrupa'da bir numara.
Και σήμερα η Τουρκία έχουμε δώσει μεγάλη σημασία στους μηδέν ρήπους, στην τεχνολογία των μηδέν ρήπων, και σήμερα η Τουρκία είναι πρωτοπόρα και στα ηλιακά, στον τομέα των ηλιακών πάνελ.
Yine rüzgar türbini üretiminde de Avrupa'nın en iddialı birkaç ülkesinden biriyiz.
Και επίσης στον τομέα της αιωλικής ενέργειας, των τουρμπίνων αιωλικής ενέργειας, είμαστε από τις πρώτες χώρες πρωτοπόρες στην Ευρώπη.
Uzay bizim için öncelikli gelişim alanlarından biri.
Επίσης, το διάστημα είναι ένας τομέας που δίνουμε πολύ μεγάλη σημασία.
Kendi görüntüleme uydularını üretebilen bir ülkeyiz.
Είμαστε μια χώρα που μπορούμε να παράγουμε, που μπορεί να παράγει τους δικούς της δορυφόρους.
Temmuz ayında uzaya göndereceğimiz TürkSat 6A ilk milli haberleşme uydumuz olacak ve böylelikle Türkiye bu alanda üretim kabiliyetine sahip 11 ülkeden biri olacak.
Τον Ιούλιο θα στείλουμε τον δορυφόρο μας, τον TürkSat 6α, ο οποίος θα μας δώσει μεγάλες δυνατότητες στον τομέα των τηλεπικοινωνιών, και θα είμαστε μία από τις 10 χώρες που μπορούν να φτιάχνουν και να στέλνουν αυτούς τους δορυφόρους.
Bütün bu çalışmalar milli teknoloji hamlesi başlığında sürdürdüğümüz bir politika seti kapsamında yürütülüyor.
Και όλες οι εργασίες αυτές τις κάνουμε σε ένα πλαίσιο εθνικής πολιτικής για την ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας.
Ve bunun merkezinde de beşeri sermayeyi, yani insan kaynağını güçlendirmek var.
Και στο κέντρο αυτού, δηλαδή για να μπορέσουμε να το επιτύχουμε αυτό, στο κέντρο βρίσκεται το να μπορέσεις να κάνεις το ανθρώπινο δυναμικό, να χρησιμοποιήσεις το ανθρώπινο δυναμικό σου.
Ortanca yaşı 32 olan ve 21 yaşın altında 27 milyon kişinin yaşadığı bir ülke olarak en büyük avantajımızın genç ve çalışkan nüfusumuz olduğunu düşünüyoruz.
Είμαστε μια χώρα το οποίο ο μέσος όρος πληθυσμού κυμαίνεται από 18 έως 32 χρόνια. Υπάρχουν εκατομμύρια νέοι σε αυτή την ηλικία και βασιζόμαστε πολύ σε αυτό το νέο ανθρώπινο δυναμικό.
Ve gençlerimize yenilikçi teknolojileri geliştirme imkanları tanıyoruz.
Και δίνουμε ευκαιρίες στους νέους μας για να αναπτύξουν καινοτόμες τεχνολογίες.
Türkiye'nin 81 şehrinde 140'a yakın deneyap teknoloji atölyesi kurduk. Bunlar Türkiye'ye özgü Maker Lab'ler. Deneyap. Siz onu Türkçe de söyleyebilirsiniz. Maker Lab diyebilirsiniz.
Deneyap. Bir tekrarlayabilecek
Türkiye'nin
miyiz?
81 şehrinde 140'a yakın deneyap teknoloji atölyesi kurduk.
Σε 81 πόλεις της Τουρκίας έχουμε ιδρύσει 140 DNAP εργαστήρια, laboratories.
Maker Lab.
Maker Labs. Maker Space ya da Maker Lab.
Ve burada özel yetenekli 20 bine yakın öğrenciye robotik, kodlama, siber güvenlik, IoT, yapay zeka gibi alanlarda 11 yaşından itibaren özel eğitimler veriyoruz.
Και σε χιλιάδες νέους μαθητές από 11 ετών και πάνω, δίνουμε ειδικές δεξιότητες και μαθήματα πάνω σε διάφορους τομείς της τεχνολογίας, από τεχνητή νοημοσύνη και οτιδήποτε έχει με την σχέση με τη τεχνολογία.
2018'den bu yana dünyanın en büyük havacılık, uzay ve teknoloji festivalini Türkiye'de düzenliyoruz.
Από το 2018 μέχρι σήμερα διοργανώνουμε στην Τουρκία το μεγαλύτερο φεστιβάλ αεροδιαστημικής.
Geçtiğimiz yıl düzenlediğimiz 3 Teknofest'te 100'e yakın ülkeden ve Türkiye'nin tüm şehirlerinden 4,5 milyon ziyaretçi katıldı.
Πέρσι διοργανώσαμε στα 3 Technofest, φεστιβάλ τεχνολογίας Technofest που διοργανώσαμε στην Τουρκία. Από 100 χώρες, είχαμε από 100 χώρες 4,5 εκατομμύρια συμμετοχές για να το...
Teknofest'in kalbinde teknoloji yarışmaları var.
Στην καρδιά του Technofest υπάρχουν φυσικά διαγωνισμοί τεχνολογίας. Αυτή είναι η καρδιά του Technofest.
Roket yarışmaları, uydu yarışmaları, otonom araç yarışmaları, su altı robot, hidrojen, yapay zeka, tümü yenilikçi teknolojilerde düzenlenen bu yarışmalara geçtiğimiz yıl 1 milyon genç yarışmacı olarak katıldı.
Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλοί διαγωνισμοί από τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, από διαγωνισμούς για κατασκευή πυράβλων, για εκτόξευση πυράβλων, υποβρύχια, οχήματα, κάθε τομέας τεχνολογίας είναι σε αυτό το τεχνολογικό φεστιβάλ και λαμβάνουν μέρος σε αυτούς τους diαγωνισμούς, έλαβαν μέρος πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο νέοι συμμετέχοντες.
Bir yandan gençlere dijital yetkinlikler kazandırırken bir yandan da mevcut iş gücümüzün bu yetkinlikleri kazanması için model fabrikalar ve dijital dönüşüm merkezleri kuruyoruz.
Από τη μία μεριά δίνουμε στους νέους μας, στους νέους αυτές τις δεξιότητες πάνω στην τεχνολογία και παράλληλα με αυτό χτίζουμε και εγκαταστάσεις για να μπορέσουμε να τους δώσουμε, να αυξήσουμε το εργατικό μας δυναμικό, το εξειδικευμένο εργατικό δυναμικό.
Türkiye aynı zamanda Avrupa Birliği çerçeve programlarının aktif bir üyesi.
Η Τουρκία την ίδια στιγμή είναι και μέλος των ευρωπαϊκών χρηματοδοτικών περιφερειακών προγραμμάτων.
2003'ten bu yana bu programlara katılıyoruz.
Από το 2003 και έπειτα λαμβάνουμε μέρος, είμαστε μέλη σε αυτά τα προγράμματα.
Hali hazırda hem Ufuk Avrupa hem Dijital Avrupa programlarında araştırmacılarımız ve girişimcilerimiz Avrupalı paydaşlarıyla birlikte çalışıyor.
Και οι συμμετέχοντες μας, οι νέοι μας, δουλεύουν, εργάζονται μαζί διαμέσου αυτών των προγραμμάτων με τους Ευρωπαίους εταίρους τους.
Bu işbirliklerini çok değerli görüyorum. Çünkü yenilikçi teknolojiler dünyada bir avuç şirkete bırakılmayacak kadar kıymetli.
Αυτές οι συνεργασίες είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικές, τις θεωρούμε πάρα πολύ σημαντικές, διότι η ανάπτυξη των τεχνολογιών είναι τόσο σημαντική που δεν μπορούμε να την αφήσουμε στο χέρι ορισμένων κάποιων εταιριών, για παράδειγμα.
Bütün bu alanlarda insanlık yararına yürütülecek çalışmaları önceliklendirmeliyiz.
Και πρέπει να δώσουμε σημασία, δηλαδή να πρωτοστατεί, να είναι προς όφελος η ανάπτυξη των τεχνολογιών, προς όφελος όλων των ανθρώπων, όλης της ανθρωπότητας.
Yapay zeka, biyoteknoloji gibi insanlığın kaderini değiştirecek alanlarda bu gelişmeleri sadece birkaç büyük küresel şirketin çıkarına terk etmemeliyiz.
Δηλαδή δεν πρέπει να αφήσουμε τεχνολογίες όπως είναι οι βιοτεχνολογίες για παράδειγμα ή η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη που επηρεάζουν τη ζωή όλων των ανθρώπων, όλης της ανθρωπότητας, δεν μπορούμε να την afήσουμε στα χέρια μόνο 2, 3 ή 4 εταιριών. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό.
Etik değerleri, şeffaflığı, güvenliği, aynı zamanda toplumsal yararı önceliklendiren bir yaklaşım benimsemeliyiz.
Δηλαδή πρέπει να έχουμε στο μυαλό μας πάντα το καλό του κοινωνικού συνόλου.
Türkiye tüm bu alanlarda komşularıyla güçlü şekilde işbirliği yapmaya hazır.
Και η Τουρκία είναι έτοιμη να κάνει μια ισχυρή συνεργασία πάνω στους αυτούς τους τομείς με όλους τους γείτονές της, με όλες τις γειτονικές χώρες.
Tekrar saygıdeğer bakana daveti için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sizleri sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Και θέλω να ευχαριστήσω για μία ακόμη φορά τον αξιότιμο κύριο Υπουργό για την πρόσκλησή του και να σας εκφράσω και εσάς όλους τον σεβασμό μου.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Kasir. Thank you for being with us today. And I will give now the floor to Minister Jacek Stojanovic from Montenegro. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my pleasure and honor to greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation in Montenegro. First of all, I would use the opportunity to thank to our friends because of their hospitality. In Greece, we always feel like we are at home. I will try to present you what in Montenegro we did in the last period of time regarding innovations and regarding digital tools. Actually, over the last several years, Montenegro has been investing comprehensive efforts to position the innovation as high as possible on the national policy agenda. We are proud that for the first time in the history, we have innovations officially as a part of our ministry. In the previous few years, we put a lot of efforts in order to create adequate strategic and legislation framework regarding innovations and digitalization. Regarding the strategic framework, we are especially proud on smart specialization S3 strategy, having in mind the fact that we are the first country outside the European Union that adopted this strategy. In this strategy, we defined 3 vertical priorities. These are sustainable agriculture and food value chain, energy and sustainable environment, sustainable and health tourism, while ICT has a horizontal role strengthening the opportunities and chances in all priorities areas. I must point out that more than 350 people were included in preparation of these strategies. It means people from the ministry, people from the business community, from the universities, from startups, innovative hubs, and so on. And now we are in the initial phase of preparation of the new cycle of this strategy from 2025 to 2029. It is also important to mention digital transformation strategy 2022-2026, which is completely aligned with strategies at European Union level, as well as strategy for the digitalization of educational system 2022-2026, which is in line with European Union Digital Education Plan. Having in mind that digital competencies is a part of the recommendation of the European Parliament and the Council of Europe on key competencies for lifelong learning, special attention is paid to raising the level of digital skills and competencies of employers in educational, scientific and research institutions and students. In the previous period of time, we provided a very strong digital infrastructure for all primary, secondary schools in Montenegro, as well as for all universities. We also organize ICT trainings for teachers and for the students, and we equipped more than 100 ID tech hubs in all schools in Montenegro. We also introduced some completely new courses at the level of the primary and secondary schools in Montenegro regarding cybersecurity, media literacy, and so on. So the goal of this government and our ministry is not only to introduce digital technologies in the teaching and learning process, but also to digitalize all the processes in the education and science systems, to develop electronic services for students, teachers, scientists, researchers, and parents, as well as to provide exchange of data with all other institutions, not only in the country, but also in the region, and that will result in the modernization and more efficient functioning of administrative processes at all levels. It is also important to mention that in Montenegro we established Fund for Innovations in order to promote innovative culture, and very soon, I hope in the end of May or in the June, we are opening the new Scientific and Research Park, and it will be a pleasure to invite you all to the opening ceremony, because that will be one very important common meeting point of academia on one side and industry on the other side. When it comes to financial support and investment in innovative companies and ICT business in Montenegro, in the previous 2 years, we invested more than 7 million euros. The support came in a range of variety of measures placed to the innovation community. The support was provided by the government, by the innovation infrastructure, Innovation Fund of Montenegro, line ministries, but also several private initiatives covering all stages of innovations development from idea to the process of commercialization. So actually, our common task is to join forces to improve digital transformation of all our economies and society. In this part that we are taking together, we must be aware that the leading topics such as digital innovation, digital skills, and education and digital infrastructure can only be addressed when we have common understanding, combined investments, and joint actions. So I'm sure that only together we may face all the challenges such as cybersecurity, ethics in digital world, and use all the benefits and opportunities of digital and innovative ecosystems. So, dear friends, it's really my pleasure and honor that we initiated so important topics, and it will be a pleasure and honor for us to cooperate with all the countries that are present here in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now we will have with us Minister Romina Kuko, who will connect from Tirana. Thank you.
Good morning, Kalimera. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Minister Kuko.
I would like to be present in the ministerial, but due to a very important vote that we have in Tirana Municipal Council, I couldn't be there. Indeed, it's a very important topic, and it's really something that should intensify our discussions. And I'm starting here from what does it make a great country? And the example is from the Roman Empire. The dominance of the Roman Empire was being based on one very much contributing factor, which was the building of the roads. Because the building of the roads ensure for the empire to expand and to have all the economical activity, but also the military activity. The digital paths of today and the systems have substituted the roads, because nowadays we are living in a digital era, and everything that we imagine now is very much designed and implemented in the majority of it in a digital way. And I can say that so much important is that, for example, I'm giving an example of Albania, when we had a terrible cyber attack from a non-friendly country in Albania. for a certain period of time, all the processes of the country were halted, the civil registry didn't work, and the border crossing points were stopped for a few minutes, and all the systems of the country were threatened to stop the living life. So it's really important that now we do intensify all the discussions, but also the actions when it comes to digital preparedness. And I'm, of course, taking the security aspect of it because first and foremost, we know the Maslow pyramid, we should have security first, and then we can go on to the development. We had a Ministerial of Ministers of Interior in the Western Balkans last September, in which we articulated the word cyber Schengen. And I'm saying that because, unfortunately, there is this misconception that countries who are not part of the European Union do not participate in certain aspects and in certain forums in which can help us to be resilient and can help us, let's say, deter the threats on the digital element. So first and foremost, I heard also the minister from the previous speaker, it's really important that we build systems and connections within our countries, because primarily there are no borders when it comes to the digital life. If there is a threat in a certain country, then that threat can definitely come very easily in the other ones. Secondly, we have to intensify the efforts on digital literacy of people, because nowadays we see that the disinformation is one of the components that is threatening the cohesion of our countries. This is basically an insane year, because half of the world is going to have elections. We're going to have European elections. There are elections in the United States. Some of the very big countries are going to go through elections. And we actually know what is happening now in the digital life when it comes to the vote spinning and the disinformation campaigns. And this is why in Albania, we just passed the vote in the parliament for a committee on disinformation. And there is also a decision of Council of Ministers in which there is going to be filters when it comes to the digital communication aspect. We know that now a few people watch television, but the majority of them gain their information from the digital platforms. And unfortunately, we are seeing that kind of information is very difficult to be filtered out yet. On the other hand, it's really important that we do create early warning mechanisms, especially in the Western Balkans when it comes to digital threats. And here I'm going back to the cyber attack that we had back in 2022. If there would be a good early warning mechanism,
connection was lost, I think.
She was talking about cyber attacks.
Exactly. Yes. Can we check if Minister Kuko is still online? Yes.
hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank
Talk
you.
about cyber attacks.
Exactly.
So I can tell that if we would have an early warning mechanism in the country, we would be able to tackle that issue very much early on. So we're very happy now that there is a discussion among our ministries of interior in the Western Balkans when it comes to our cyber security units. And there is a contribution now from the European Union, our French colleagues. There is an academy actually taking place in Montenegro in which we are going to prepare our, let's say, digital skills people who are going to protect this kind of systems. The third component that I wanted to touch upon when it comes to the digital preparedness and security has to do with the connection, with the investments and the cohesion from the European Union when it comes to digital preparedness. We know that Unfortunately, countries who are still negotiating with the EU do not participate in the cohesion funds of the European Union. And unfortunately, there is no exception when it comes to emergencies like the digital security. So probably it's about time that we rethink this kind of scheme. And when it comes to digital preparedness, Albania and all the other countries of the Western Balkan 6 can participate in the cohesion schemes when it comes to strengthening the systems, when it comes to standardizing them, and when it comes to creating a kind of resilience on the digital systems. Because, and here I'm going back in the beginning of my speech, that if the roads and if the critical infrastructure is threatened, then there is very difficult pace for development in our countries. I wanted to be very brief. I know that the panel is about development, but we know that there is no development without security. So I hope that I gave you some insights on the Albanian perspective regarding the topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Kuko, for bringing also the security dimension in the discussion, and our warmest greetings to Tirana. And from Albania to Serbia, Professor Trajanovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ministers, distinguished high-level guests, thank you very much coming here today. Thank you very much to host me here, to be together to speak about this very, very important issue in today's environment. As you said, I'm coming from the Ministry of Science, Technological Development and Innovation. We used to be for a decade Ministry of Science, but we realized that without innovation, we cannot survive. We cannot survive just by investing in the science, and we have very good results according to the statistics. Per researchers, we are on the 9th place speaking about scientific output. But there is no return of investment. So we decided to turn on situation. We decided to underline, to pinpoint innovation. But inside innovation, one thing is for us very, very important. It is digitalization in everything, including public institution, including industry, including education system, and of course, including science. So we, in order to fulfill that, we change the whole scientific, innovational environment, ecosystem in Serbia. So at the moment, we have 3 funds. One is old, very old fund for science, but we have now also fund for investment fund, innovation fund, which is, believe or not, one of the best funds in Serbia, because innovation fund help young startups to stand up and to make their own business. And of course, there are results. Just for a 5-year, we double our export of IT products, just for a very short of time. So now, you know, we are a small country, 6 million inhabitants, but our export in IT is more than 3.5 billion, which is better than our agriculture, better than any other industry. So it means that investment in IT, in digitalization, is paid off. But it is not all. We realize that the main problem, I'm sure, in many of surrounding countries, are are people. We don't have enough qualified workforce for IT. So we made a fund for young talents, and we invest a lot of money to develop in early stage between young people wish for STEAM, wish for IT, wish for artificial intelligence. So it's also payoff. We have first results. Many and many young talents apply for stipends, and after that they get a job either in the startup, either they decide to continue with the research careers. So it's paid off. So as I told you, the most important for our digitalization was Innovation Fund, because they have more than 10 different programs helping especially startups to make good IT products. But in order to make a full ecosystem, in order to develop ecosystem to support every innovative idea, as a minister from Turkey said, we develop a variety of different supporting infrastructure. First, even in the primary school and the secondary school, we have a many makers lab, and it is very useful. Then we have 23 regional startup center, which fully support anybody with a good idea, especially in IT, to develop their own company. Then we have, at the moment, 14 innovation incubator, and they are part of the university. And the role of incubator is to recognize that in the scientific results there is an innovative research results can be converted to innovative products and to find a way to the market. And they are also very useful. More than that, we build already 4 scientific technological park, and then at the moment, if 5th one is almost to be open. And for last 3 years, they generate more than 500 new startups. But very important things, very, very important thing. It's very good experience. The state invest around 50 million euro to build up and make the infrastructure for a scientific park. And just for 3 years, and just from the tax on the salary, people are working in the startups, they return the money. And we now have very strong startups which will generate more and more tax. So, beside such an activity, we also push digitalization in all state activities, and it goes very well. But maybe the most critical thing was our decision to make a strategy for artificial intelligence. It was 5 years ago. It took us 2 years to develop a strategy for artificial intelligence. And of course, we have action plan, and we are pushing. We are working according to action plan. But it turned out that the novelty in artificial intelligence are so frequent, are sometimes very disruptive. So we decide, even the strategy is till 25th, we decide to make a new one, and we are working on new strategy because many things in artificial intelligence are changing. Obviously, we should have a continuous working on AI strategy. So finally, let me tell you, maybe, but probably you all know, because of our activities in artificial intelligence, it's very good accepted in the world. From this year, we are coordinator of global partnership for AI. It is governed and under the OECD. And on the end of this year, October 24 and 25th, the Global Partnership for AI Summit will be held in Belgrade. So I invite you to come in the Belgrade and be part of the summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy that we already have invitations from Montenegro, from Serbia, and the dialogue should continue, and we're very open to that and would like to contribute in any direction. Mitch Duris from Croatia, and you will bring, I suppose, the regional development dimension into our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Konstantinos. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear organizers, let me greet you and express my honor to be here on behalf of the Ministry of Regional Development and EU Funds of Croatia. It's been my second year to participate in the Beyond, but it's been my third year to cooperate with the colleagues, so this speaks more on how good I feel coming here and how good we feel cooperating and working with all of you here. Yes, you were right, Konstantinos. I will give you a little bit of perspective from the regional development, since this is my background in working for Croatian government for the second round or the second mandate. So the Croatian state administration has set digitalization as one of its main development priorities, and in that sense, relevant strategies were developed with the goal to stimulate technological development and innovations, investments into digital competencies of citizens, and increase of the number of information communication technology experts. We have set a goal of the year 2032 to become a country of digitally and economically competitive companies and digitalized public administration with personalized public services. Strategy for Digital Croatia has defined priority areas for public policies in all segments of the digital ecosystem. The infrastructure, the technology, the science and education, as well as market and innovation. Same as the rest of the world, our country is experiencing a period of intensive changes caused by geopolitical, public health, ecological, environmental, and economic challenges. In order to successfully cope with the aforementioned topics, we should, to a maximum extent, use the strength of digital technologies, which, if managed properly, would enable a climate-neutral, resource-efficient, and resilient economy and society. The recent pandemics has proved that countries with high level of digitalization have demonstrated lower rates of economic decline compared to those with a lower digital maturity. Technological changes on which the fourth industrial revolution is based, especially the use of artificial intelligence, encompass all economic streams and modify the society in a way which is incomparable to the effects of previous technological revolutions. Technological transformations affect societal habits, culture, working relations, family roles, our privacy and behavior, and at the same time bring opportunities and threats. Technology puts forward innovative ways of implementation of traditional economic activities and creates new professions which were recently inexistent, as, for instance, digital finances. It is becoming the strongest promoter of productivity and competitiveness in the 21st century. Productivity growth resulting from innovation and new technologies should be one of the main runners of growth in the EU countries. Fortunately, it is being so. The digitalization strategy of Croatia covers various sectors which strongly affect the life of citizens and performance of the state, including reforms in the judiciary, for instance. Through increase of accessibility of public services for citizens and economic entities, with global digitalization in the sphere of exchange of documents and communication in court proceedings. Special emphasis will have to be invested in increase of and simplification of communication with citizens, thus resulting with improved legal certainty and citizens and businesses. The legal certainty of citizens and businesses, sorry. One of the key strategic guidelines in digitalization of public administration is continued digitalization of public services within the scope of e-citizen system in Croatia, which is decisive in full realization of goals defined through the Digital Compass by 2030, meaning that all key public services should be fully accessible to citizens and business on internet or in digital format. The future of digitalization of all public administration bodies requires that user or the citizen is the motor and the engine of all operations as a center of public services. Croatia has to direct its activities into further application of the only once principle, which requires interoperability of basic registers from all sectors. Digitalization itself has to be preceded by the analysis of the user experiences, followed by simplification of administrative procedures through significant redesign of services in a way that it encompasses comprehensive end-to-end life situation of citizens or business situation of legal entities and persons. The Croatian National Development Strategy by 2030, as a hierarchically the highest strategic planning act, in long term guides the development of the society and economy in all topics of the importance for the country. The strategy emphasized the request for investments in digital infrastructure and introduction of digital solutions in the interest of Croatian citizens and economy. Digitalization and related policies are represented in 4 priority areas, which are digital transition of the economy, digitalization of public administration, development of the broadband communication networks, and development of digital competencies and digital workplaces. Indeed, Croatia participates also in a large number of cross-border programs and projects, of which I would like to emphasize the digitalization as an important element of the EU strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region. One of the thematic priorities of the Croatian presidency over the EUSER is better connectivity with a strong emphasis on digital connections. Undoubtedly, the key instruments which empower our national policies are the EU funds, which provide the financial means and the framework for implementation on different scale projects. Through the National Recovery and Resilience Plan 21-26, significant investments in innovation and digital transformation of Croatian entrepreneurship were encouraged. Furthermore, through the new specialization strategy till 29, an effective innovation system was established to provide support for companies throughout the entire innovation cycle, rather than relying on partial measures. European digital innovation hubs will play a key role in the digitalization transformation of Croatian enterprises, especially SMEs. Through the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, the Ministry awards grants to SMEs of a total value of 380 million euros, of which several calls for proposals have already been launched. These grants are aimed at the transition towards an energy and resource-efficient economy, at innovation, and development and implementation of new digital technologies. Feedback from SMEs is rather strong, demonstrating awareness of the companies of the need for digital transformation and investment in RD&I. On the other hand, through the Competitiveness and Cohesion Program, so the new financial framework of the EU 21-27 and its specific thematic objectives, Smarter Europe, there are activities that will be focused on strengthening the research and innovation capacities of entrepreneurs especially, and the use of the advanced technologies, and on the development of skills for smart specialization, industrial transition, and entrepreneurship. All in all, 640 million euros have been earmarked from the European Regional Development Fund as a part of the thematic objective Smarter Europe, of which 440 million euros are planned for grants, while the RDF contribution of 200 million euros was planned through financial instruments to support the development of companies and increase competitiveness. It will specifically target investments in tangible and intangible assets, including a working capital. And to close, in order to achieve the digitally flourishing Southeast Europe, it is of utmost importance to build stronger ties and create opportunities for business sector, identify opportunities in the field of research and innovation, technology, digitalization, and cybernetics. Technological progress leads to new socio-economic relations and business models, with the goal to modernize the contemporary world. Technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things enable a completely new concept of production, networking, and organizational structure. This is followed by concepts of green transition, sustainable and circular economy, which all seek a more responsible approach in doing business. In this process, each building block has its specific role, and only with the joint and harmonized efforts, tangible results will be to achieve. Business sector, indeed, is the one implementing the smart specialization concept. However, it cannot be realized, as many of my predecessors said, without government, academia community, and economic association. This topic calls for continued efforts in strengthening cooperation between a variety of stakeholders, universities, academia, business sector, and the government after all. Dear friends, this would be our contribution for today's debate. I once again congratulate you all for participating in this panel, for gathering us here. I thank the organizers for bringing this very important idea on board, and I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will bring now another interesting dimension into our discussion. We have with us, and we are very happy for that, Christian Bartolin from the Council of Europe, the Committee on AI. Mr. Bartolin, as far as I know, the draft convention on artificial intelligence, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law is in its final steps, right?
Thank you very much, Konstantinos, and I can indeed confirm that. I will come back to that in a second. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, let me first of all thank the Minister of Digital Governance of the Hellenic Republic and the organizers of this important regional event for the invitation to the Council of Europe to attend and speak today. It is a great honor for me to address you on a topic which is at the very heart of the agenda of the See Beyond Ministerial Leadership Dialogue 2024, namely how to harness new and emerging digital technologies for the good of society, to further innovation and growth without compromising our rights and the basic ideas around which our societies are built. The last couple of years have witnessed a truly impressive increase in the capacities of artificial intelligence systems and a just as impressive democratization of the technology. Anyone with access to a computer or a smartphone can make use of various forms of AI systems, such as large language models, like ChatGPT or others, or other forms of generative AI, and create content. AI appears so simple and easy to use, and often for free. So what is not to like? AI comes with great promise for innovation in science, in education, in healthcare, in business, in administration, and it is likely to revolutionize how we interact and communicate with each other. But AI also comes with a darker side. It may be used to undermine democratic processes, including by spreading lies and fake news. It can be used for surveillance purposes, to control the population and marginalize any political protest. It may be biased in decision-making and lead to breaches of human rights. Let me underline at this occasion that it is not the technology per se that poses these problems. We should not fear the algorithms, but we should be wary of how and in which context they are being developed and used by us, the humans. Therefore, the Council of Europe, in close cooperation with its like-minded partners in Europe and beyond, has elaborated a new framework convention on artificial intelligence and human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, as Konstantinos just mentioned. Maybe a few words about my organization would be in place here, because we are often, and for good reasons, confused with the European Union. But the Council of Europe is headquartered in Strasbourg in France, and is an intergovernmental organization with 46 member states, including the 27 member states of the Council of the European Union. It's comprising approximately 675 million citizens in Europe. Founded in 1949, the Council of Europe is the oldest regional organization in Europe and a world leader in protecting human rights, promoting democracy, and upholding the rule of law. The European Court of Human Rights is perhaps its best-known institution, but the Council of Europe has, for the last 7.5 decades, been active in setting benchmark international standards on such diverse topics as human rights, civil law, administrative law, criminal law, cybercrime, counterterrorism, protection of personal data, ethics in public health care, media freedom, education, and lately also increasingly on the environment, and many other areas, actually. The member states exercise control over the Council of Europe through its Committee of Ministers, composed of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs. In 2022, the Committee of Ministers decided to set up a new committee on artificial intelligence, the CAI, which was instructed by the Committee of Ministers to establish an international negotiation process for the purpose of elaborating inter alia a legally binding treaty on AI. And I have good news in this regard. On 14th of March 2024, the CAI successfully finalized the negotiations of a draft framework convention on artificial intelligence and human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. In addition to the member states of the organization, Argentina, Australia, Canada, Costa Rica, the Holy See, Israel, Japan, Mexico, Peru, the United States of America, and Uruguay all participated in the negotiations. The European Union represented its member states in these negotiations, and around 70 representatives of civil society, industry, and academia also contributed to the shaping of this new treaty to make the process as participatory and inclusive as possible. The treaty is set for adoption by the Committee of Ministers on the 17th of May 2024 and will be open for signature and ratification later this year. It is our hope that this, the world's first international treaty on AI, will in due time become the global standard for regulating the development and use of AI systems in human rights, democracy, and rule of law sensitive contexts at the global international level. And perhaps I should here say a few words also about the relationship it has with the European Union's AI Act, which was actually adopted more or less simultaneously with the convention. The EU's AI Act obviously replaces the domestic law in the 27 member states of the Council of the European Union when it comes to artificial intelligence systems. And the convention that the Council of Europe creates is adding an international aspect to that regulation by allowing the EU and other states to interact on AI. So these two legal acts actually fully support each other and are fully compatible with each other. The principles contained in the Framework Convention are applicable to both public and private sector AI systems. These principles include respect for human dignity and individual autonomy, transparency and oversight, accountability and responsibility, equality and non-discrimination, privacy and personal data protection, reliability, and safe innovation. The Framework Convention does not create new human rights specific to AI, but ensures that all existing human rights will prevail also in situations where an AI system is involved in taking or informing decisions. The challenges that the AI technology poses to society cannot be meaningfully addressed at domestic or even regional levels only. To be efficient, there must be a global legal framework creating a level playing field for all relevant actors across regions and providing for international cooperation. And this is exactly what the Council of Europe's Framework Convention will offer. It is often alleged that all regulation, more or less, constitutes a hindrance for technological innovation and the resulting economic growth. This is, however, clearly not the case if the regulation in question is sufficiently targeted and calibrated. On the contrary, such regulation may rather improve the chances of economic growth because it favors responsible innovation and allows societies to make use of the technology without having to fear unintended consequences in the form of abuse and misuse by the state or by a private entity. We often talk about the digital divide, and the uneven access to AI technology across the world's various regions, as well as the uneven protection against abuse and misuse, makes this problem even more important to address now and in the future. And it is my sincere hope that our convention will contribute to finding solutions in this regard. Let me end this intervention by underlining my deep belief that new and emerging digital technologies such as AI will ultimately prove to be of immense benefit for humanity. AI technology offers economic and scientific development to societies across the globe. But we must at the same time beware of the temptation to uncritically rely on any technology. Above all, we must not let ourselves be seduced exclusively by the capacities offered to us by the technology. AI technology used responsibly benefits us. Used irresponsibly, it may undermine our way of life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to first of all to you personally, but to the Council of Europe as well for accepting the invitation and being among us today. In order to start summarizing our discussion, I may say that there is a very positive message coming out of this discussion, that addressing challenges and opportunities which are common, which are joint challenges, that we must adopt a holistic approach in our region that emphasizes on cooperation, innovation, and inclusivity. And that in order to make the lives of our citizens better for all our citizens. So I will give one more the floor to our esteemed speakers for a last round of short interventions. What would be, Minister Papasteriou, what would be the message to all the people of the region, to the citizens of all countries? What can be done better? How can we harness this digital transformation and offer a better everyday life to our citizens?
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα έλεγα πως το μήνυμα το οποίο θεωρώ πως πρέπει να βγει είναι το να χρησιμοποιήσουμε την τεχνολογία, όχι για την τεχνολογία. Η τεχνολογία, το λέω πάντα, είναι εγωίστρια και θέλει να υπερηφανεύεται, θέλει να αυτοαναδεικνύεται, να χρησιμοποιήσουμε τη τεχνολογία για τον άνθρωπο. Και αυτό στο οποίο πρέπει να δουλέψουμε μαζί, θέλω να είμαι πολύ σύντομος γιατί νομίζω πως βγήκαμε λίγο εκτός χρονικών ορίων, είναι το να δουλέψουμε μαζί σε κάτι το οποίο υπόθηκε και από την Αλβανίδα συνάδελφο, σε σχέση με την παραπληροφόρηση. Το πόσο επικίνδυνα πλέον είναι τα πράγματα και λόγω της χρήσης της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στο κομμάτι της παραπληροφόρησης. Η Ευρώπη σήμερα με το DSA πλέον βάζει τα πράγματα στις ψηφιακές υπηρεσίες σε μια νέα σειρά, άρα κοινές δράσεις για τις ψηφιακές υπηρεσίες, για τις απάτες στο διαδίκτυο και κυρίως για την παραπληροφόρηση, διότι δεν είναι καθόλου αθώα μια στοχευμένη δράση παραπληροφόρησης, θα μπορούσε σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό να δημιουργήσει εξαιρετικά δύσκολες συνθήκες για τα κράτη, για τις χώρες μας, θα μπορούσε κάλλιστα να αποσταθεροποιήσει δημοκρατίες, άρα κοινή δράση για να κρατήσουμε από την τεχνολογία μόνο όσα είναι χρήσιμα για μας και τους ανθρώπους μας.
Thank you very much. That was very useful indeed. Minister Kasir, a last remark.
Tüm konuşmacılara teşekkür ediyorum.
Ευχαριστώ όλους τους ομιλητές.
İki gerçekle karşı karşıyayız.
Είμαστε όλοι μαζί εδώ πέρα.
Teknoloji hem insanlık ailesi olarak bugünün ve yarının sorunlarını aşabilmemiz için en büyük gücümüz.
Η τεχνολογία είναι η μεγαλύτερη δύναμη που έχουμε για να μπορέσουμε να ξεπεράσουμε τα προβλήματα του σήμερα, αλλά και του αύριο, τα μελλοντικά που θα προκύψουν.
Ama hem de teknoloji ortaklaşa bir değer üzerine inşa edilmezse belki de insanlık için en büyük tehdit.
Αλλά η τεχνολογία, άμα δεν χτιστεί πάνω σε μια ανθρώπινη αξία, σε μια κοινή ανθρώπινη αξία, ίσως θα είναι και κάτι πολύ επικίνδυνο για το μέλλον.
Bunun için hep birlikte daha fazla iletişim ve işbirliği içinde olmalıyız.
Και γι' αυτό το λόγο θα πρέπει να είμαστε σε περισσότερη επικοινωνία και σε περισσότερη συνεργασία μεταξύ μας.
Tekrar teşekkür ederim.
Σας ευχαριστώ για άλλη μια φορά.
More cooperation, more communication, very strong messages. Minister, the floor is yours. A last remark?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to say something at the very end. As we know, the information and communication technologies, as we all mentioned today, may bring a lot of opportunities to human, but they bring a lot of challenges as well. The most important thing is to create conditions in which humans should and must control digital technologies, not the contrary. So there is no better place to say that than in the Greece. It should never forget the fact that humans are at the beginning and at the end of everything. So everything that we do should be done because of the human and not because of the technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Trajanovic?
For sure, there are common problems in Southeast Europe, speaking about digitalization, AI, and so on. And if we have a common, geographically specific problem, what I propose is to make a program committee out of interesting country and to design a program how to solve it. And then every country to put some money in the pot and let's together solve the problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Juric?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Konstantinos. Well, I cannot add much, especially not much new from what was said already, but to agree with all that has been said, and maybe emphasize the importance of the insisting on the European digital rights and principles which are all complementing existing human rights, such as data protection, e-privacy, and the Charter on Fundamental Rights. They will build on the experience of the European Bureau of Social Rights, and they will provide guidance for the EU and member states as they adopt to the digital transformation. So, all in all, we, as my colleague from Montenegro said, we have to focus on the humans, we have to focus on the human rights, on the people, on their skills, but use all the benefits of the technology which is enabling us to grow and develop and to get stronger and more resilient, as we also already said at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the last word to the Council of Europe, and thank you for the exciting news about the convention.
Thank you very much. Now, today that we are in Greece, the cradle of democracy, I would really like to underline the very importance of stimulating public debate about how we use this technology and for what purposes we are going to use it, what is going to be acceptable uses, and through this debate also raise the awareness of the risks of abuse and misuse. Especially in a year of elections, I think this is a very important topic for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking part in this discussion. We will be back at 12:30 with our cyber resilience in the Balkan session. Thank you. And congratulations for your latest one. Mr. Bletzas is the governor of the Greek National Cybersecurity Authority. We have Mr. Evangelos Zouzounis, who is the head of the Policy Development and Implementation Unit of ENISA, the European organization that has also its bases in Greece. Franziska Klopfer, Principal Program Manager in the Europe and Central Asia Division of the Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance. Thank you, Franziska, for being with us. Thanasis Dogios, the EU Lead X-Force IR from IBM. And last but not least, Anne Blickham, consultant, the Agora Strategy Group, who represents also the Secretariat of the Chart of Trust. I will not take more of your time. I will give first the floor to Mr. Bletzas. We will have an initial round of interventions, and then we can have a more open discussion, and everyone is welcome to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have the dubious privilege of being invited in an event with one title and managing to come to the event with another. So I was invited as a research scientist and the director of computing at MIT's Media Lab, where I have been working for the past, it's my 29th year today. And I arrived as the governor, the first governor of the newly formed National Cybersecurity Authority, which doesn't start completely from scratch. It's the natural evolution of a directorate within the ministry. It's supposed to grow a lot because its responsibilities are growing exponentially given the transition from NIS 1, the existing NIS 1, to the newly instituted NIS 2 instruction of the European Union regarding cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is something that involves all of us. We have a lot of challenges to address. However, I want to go directly into our topic today. This is the year that we have the biggest election cycle globally. Almost half of the world's population is voting. In Europe, we are involved as parts in a proxy war. In Europe again, unfortunately. We know that there have been plenty of disinformation efforts going around. We have seen the effects that these disinformation efforts had already in Europe. We have seen that Brexit can be, to a large extent, attributed to those disinformation campaigns. And this is something that requires cross-border collaboration. The internet doesn't have very strict borders. We know that very well. So it is important that we all work together and we pool our resources together, our limited resources together. Cybersecurity is one of the areas where Europe has recognized that there is a huge need for additional hands. There is a lot of capacity building that we have to do together, and we have to make sure that we really take advantage of each other's experience, because our goals are common and our enemies seem to be common. We share a lot in that respect, much more than other security agencies might think. In the era of cybersecurity, we have one bright light, which is that we are all closely aligned in our goals. So as my first official event, essentially as the cybersecurity governor of Greece, I'm very happy to be here and to listen from my colleagues from the various countries and from the European agencies to see how we can actually promote that collaboration that is necessary to achieve our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zouzounis.
So, good afternoon from my side as well. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. My name is Evangelos Zouzounis. I'm head of the Policy Development and Implementation Unit at ENISA. ENISA is the European Cybersecurity Agency. It exists for 20 years now, and it is located in Greece. The agency is not operational, but offers a lot of important services to member states and the European private sector. The organization has around 120, 140 people, and we are growing. It's an organization that reports to the European Commission, to the European Parliament, and of course the European Council. Now, cybersecurity is definitely an area that has received a lot of attention recently. Many member states digitalize their services. They rely more and more on technologies for public, but also for private sector services as well. And they all understand that that might have some consequences already in the availability of the services, also in misinformation, disinformation campaigns, but also affecting critical services. So the European Union has quite early identified the problem, and for that reason has, took the necessary initiatives, some policy initiatives, regulatory initiatives, but also non-regulatory initiatives, basically to assist the member states to improve their resilience, their criticality, their, let's say, maturity. So we are now in 24, and we can happily say that all countries of the European Union have a well-defined cybersecurity strategy. We have already a plethora of policy regulatory instruments at our disposal, like the NIS Directive 1, the NIS Directive 2, that deals with the critical sectors. Recently, we have legislated for products, what we call Cyber Resilience Act. And there are also, since 5 years now, initiatives within ENISA to develop schemes, certification schemes that will enhance the security of some of the products or services that are offered here in Europe. Definitely there are important areas that the agency is involved, like helping the member states in implementing policies. Also, we are a responsible organization to propose certification schemes, and we have already one already approved under common criteria. We are now debating with public and private stakeholders for the cloud certification scheme, and we are also debating on a 5G scheme that is under development by the organization. The agency has also a good reputation in capacity building activities, so we are running for more than 12 years the Cyber Europe exercise, one of the biggest cyber exercises in the world. Offers as well important trainings to CSIRTs, and as well we are running, we are the Secretariat of the European Cybersecurity, the CSIRT network. So these are all the national governmental CSIRTs of member states coming together to collaborate. So in that respect, ENISA is a focal point for cybersecurity in the EU. And we are very happy and pleased and honored to be hosted by Greece and for all these years. Now, with regards to this event, we are in a corner of Europe that develops very rapidly, digitalizes very rapidly, and we saw a very strong commitment from the ministers before to take ownership, leadership as well on cybersecurity matters. And we are very pleased actually to be here today and debate with the rest of the colleagues about what can we do together to enhance the resilience of the area. So thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you. Franziska Klopfer.
Thank you very much. And I will actually just very seamlessly continue this discussion on capacity building and how capacity building in cybersecurity is important for cyber resilience. I come from an organization called Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance, DCAF in short, and our mission is to promote good governance in the security sector. And my work focuses on good governance in cybersecurity, and I've been working with my team for many years in the Western Balkan region, so I think I have a thing or two to say about good practices in cybersecurity capacity building. we've already heard earlier about the fast development in the region and also in terms of cybersecurity. We've heard also the challenges that the regions had to face. And I know that my organization and many others who are active in the region supporting cybersecurity capacity building and which definitely has improved or contributed to improving cyber resilience. But the question is always, how can we make cybersecurity capacity building better, to have more of an impact? And I want to raise very shortly 3 points, which I think we really have to work more on to make cybersecurity capacity building better. First of all, we all agree, the importance of training on, skills and competencies. But what we often forget is really the institutional framework. I know of so many examples where people were frustrated. They had a great training, for example, for CERT members, and then later they said, oh, we taught them all of these skills, but they were not able to apply them because they are such a small team, and they weren't able to work on this. I think one has to be realistic in which context cybersecurity experts work, and either work within that system or also help them to improve their institutional capacities. So, for example, work with the institutions on increasing the number of positions they create. I think we can't keep pouring money into training if they're just not the people in the positions there to absorb it. But instead of giving up, we should work on creating those positions and creating this awareness that you have to build up institutions in the long term, that capacity building is not enough. The second point I want to raise is capacity building for skills and knowledge is not enough, or even building institutions is not enough, because we heard it many times, and we all know how important cooperation, communication, and coordination is in cybersecurity. So it's you might have a very competent institution, but when an attack happens and they don't know how to cooperate with other relevant institutions, then their knowledge is useless. So I think we've also really invested a lot as a DCAF, as an organization, in working with different countries in setting up these cooperation and coordination mechanisms, like standard operating procedures, incident handling procedures, and so forth. Another point that I wanted to raise is issue of strategic planning in cybersecurity. It goes back to this, working on skills and competencies. I think it's important for a clear awareness, not just about what skills and institutions one organization needs, but a whole country, for example. So you have to strategically plan not just on skills, but also on workforce. We had, for example, a positive experience last year. We were working in Kosovo. They were setting up a training center for the public sector on cybersecurity. We supported the development of the curriculum there. It was a very positive experience because it really allowed for a multi-stakeholder group to really think about not just where they are, but really where do they want to be, and what kind of skills and positions are needed in the future. And this is a solid plan on which you can then build all of your own capacity building projects and those that you receive, support that you receive from outside. The last point I want to make relates to the wider governance framework. Again, it's not enough to have capacities, skilled in terms of skills of cybersecurity experts, have the right institutions. It's really also very important to have a wider environment of accountability. And I think this is an area that we often don't think about so much, and especially in cybersecurity, there's maybe not enough accountability yet. Accountability, I mean in particular, looking at institutions like parliaments or civil society or human rights ombuds institutions, those institutions which their role is it to look and at what government and public institutions are doing, and to ask questions. Are they doing enough? Are they really implementing the law and the strategy? Are they doing enough to really, for example, put human rights in the center of cybersecurity? Is the cybersecurity really helping everybody in society? So there's a great need to support these actors as well, to learn about cybersecurity. For example, we have been training a civil society organization and think tanks a lot on understanding cybersecurity so that they can ask questions and really start this public conversation. Because accountability is not just, I think, an empty word in the context of cybersecurity. We know that cybersecurity is difficult and requires a lot of investment, which means a lot of political will. And I think political will can come from many areas, but I think it's best if it comes from within, that the society itself starts to question and have a dialogue with the institutions and government and saying, are we doing enough? Are we doing the right things? And by capacitating those other actors in understanding cybersecurity, in asking those questions, I think we'll do a lot for really improving a solid cybersecurity system in the long run.
I understand that the message here would be that capacity building efforts in cybersecurity should be inclusive and accessible to all stakeholders in order to be successful, right?
Yes, and I think you have to really think about which stakeholders are so far forgotten and what their role would be and what they need to know to be active.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. So my name is Thanasis Diogos. I come here with, I would say, maybe more than one roles, as already explained by my colleagues. So one of the first things I wanted to talk to you is that I come here from the IBM X-Force Incident Response Team, which means that what we actually do from the side of security is that most of the times we actually have to do with security incidents globally, in most of the times, but I'm also very, let's say, me and the rest of the team, we are very experienced when it comes to security incidents in Europe. Part of our job is also that we do lots of research and we try to get some interesting statistics from the incidents that we support our clients. And I can tell you for sure that given the last research that we published very recently, 1/3 of the incidents that we saw were originating from EU, and around 75% of those were related to critical infrastructure. So I think we all understand and we all listen for the last years that, it's digital transformation, it's digitization, however you can call it. But I think you see what's happening here, right? And I also, earlier I was just discussing, is this a talk about Balkans? Is this a talk about South Europe? I think it can be whatever you want, but you know what? The threat actor can be anywhere on the world also. And at the end of the day, maybe they don't care where you are located. The point is what you have, what they can take control of, what opportunities you can share with them, okay? So, given that as I said, I represent this side of the cybersecurity that, we actually deal with attacks, I can tell you that we see lots of ransomware attacks. We still see lots of ransomware attacks, which again, it might be the benefits of that, might be just, monetizing some value, or there might be other benefits. We also see lots of identity theft attacks. But for sure, what I can tell you is for sure missing from our community, let's say, or our part of the industry is that, we miss collaboration. Many times, when we do investigations, there is a very significant part that we should not overlook, which is called lessons learned. Lessons learned, it's not about blaming or finger pointing to anyone. Lessons learned is what worked well, what didn't work well, and let's make it better. I really like this part, and I hope that most of our clients, they also like it. But you see what I'm saying here, and what I'm trying to say is that lessons learned should not be kept only in an isolated environment, only to the client, to the victim that actually suffered from that. And of course, I'm not asking from anyone to start disclosing the full details of any investigation or any incident. But there are sure things, indicators, or other type of data that we can share. We can collaborate on multiple levels that can help others. This is the part of lessons learned that we want to see, right? Something maybe, let's say, not bad, but something that was not expected to happen to our environment, to our infrastructure. Okay, it may happen to other competitors, suppliers, neighborhoods, whatever level you may see that. So the lessons learned should be shared. I can tell you from my experience also that this is not happening a lot. Maybe enough is never enough, right? But I can tell you that, this is not happening a lot. And we also see our clients many times, you know, one day we are working on a specific incident and 1 week later we will work for another client for very similar incident. So you see what I'm saying, right? The lessons learned, maybe it's not enough, and there is not enough information sharing among the victims, let's say, or among the organizations that face those things in order for others to be better prepared. Okay? So this is the part of one part of the work that we're doing. I can also tell you that, yeah, I would say up to a point, I represent also threat actors. Of course, yeah, I'm not saying that I'm a threat actor, but you can imagine that by working a lot with these type of investigations and analyzing the threat actor activities, you come to become very familiar, let's say, on how threat actors operate, what exactly are their targets, how they move laterally. I can tell you for sure that it's all human-based, right? They're all humans. Even threat actors, they're all humans. And, you know, this is very good for everyone to understand that everybody has, you know, weaknesses and everybody has strengths. Of course, since we are here and we're going to talk also about technology, there are many new tools that are coming, like, you know, AI, that there is a lot of discussion, although I'm not quite sure if AI is just a tool or a capacity or some other thing. I also represent, my other role is that I come from the quantum computing world, and I'm happy, let's say, to work in a company that is advancing a lot in the quantum computing, and I can maybe speak a bit later about this and how this is going to impact the cybersecurity, okay? And as I mentioned, and as I also heard from my colleagues, yes, collaboration and capacity building. And of course, you realize capacity building without proper experience and proper skills is not enough, right? And for sure, what we also need, and I think EU is working strongly on that, we need harmonization. We need some alignment among the team members, right? Among the people, the entities that are actually sharing intelligence, that are actually sharing knowledge. If we don't harmonize, if we don't align this, maybe we will start missing significant information.
And I suppose that applies also to joint threat assessments, because I'm not that familiar with that, but is the word threat has the same meaning to all actors involved in the European Union?
Yes, so that's a good question. And yeah, in general, you know, we try to avoid very broad definitions or words. That's why, in general, we call most of these just threat actors. Threat actor might be just some opportunistic attack, or it might be some more advanced attack, but we still call them threat actors, right? And of course, threat assessments are the ones that are actually trying to find your weaknesses, to identify your entry points in order to be able to, because, you know, the key point here also when we're talking about incidents, it's not to either accept or not that you will be one day a target. No, everybody is a target without trying to spread any terror. That's true, right? Everybody is a target. The point here that we need to understand is that the earliest detection is the one that gives us the advantage, okay? So if we detect that something is wrong very late, then maybe, yeah, it's really very late.
Yes, no, it was. Thank you, Konstantinos, and for the opportunity also to speak here. And with the guests, I think there are a lot of points to be picked up already, but I really want to emphasize again that cyber has become a hard power, right? So it's not just about the disinformation in the election, but also, in the end, about cyber attacks against critical infrastructures, for example, that we're already observing also in the USA, and I'm sure they're happening in Europe, and they will happening also in the wake of all the elections that are happening this year. And one of the points here is that lines between what was peace and conflict times have been blurred a bit, right? So it's not anymore just cyber criminals trying to get some money out of people, but it's also state-backed cyber hackers or cyber groups, which are integral part of a hybrid warfare and in a bigger geopolitical power play. And this was mentioned before, but I think there are several dimensions to this. One is, well, as we are more and more connected, well, every connected object, also subject, can become a target for a cyber attack, also politically motivated. And for example, if as a private actor you supply, I don't know, cloud, a server, or anything to a government or an institution, and there is a rival here, your attention, well, you become a target automatically for an attack. So the cybersecurity of private actors has become a national security or a global security issue anyways. This is why also talking a bit from the experience that we have with a lot of the private sector with big companies, there's basically now no corporate strategy that holds without taking in geopolitical components and especially cyber resilience. Because we face the same threats in the end, and this is why there's really need to discuss and tackle them together. Another point that sometimes we forget when we talk about AI and cyber is also the hardware that we touched upon. So we're observing kind of a trench being dug more and more between, for example, the US and China on some aspects. And of course, what do you do if the chips you use for AI, for your power, are not secure, right? So you need to think about what do you have inbuilt unconscious deficiencies that could be an entry port for later cyber espionage and cyber attacks. So we also see that, well, there is a high readiness for cooperation. There are a lot of dialogues happening. I mean, 2 days ago I was in Brussels at the European Cyber Agora. It was also a multi-stakeholder dialogue talking about how can we cooperate on cybersecurity. We're talking here, there are a lot of things happening, but there's still very little concrete implementation of those cooperation actions. And cybersecurity is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So we're going to have to train for it a lot, and it's going to be a very long process. We're always going to be too late because the attackers have already the capabilities, but at least with some preventive measures, we can avoid the complete catastrophe, right? And I think it was said before, we're only as resilient in cybersecurity as our partner is cyber resilient, because one of us will fall necessary. So I would just want to point to a few key questions that we have observed also working in both the private public sector that should be asked when we talk about cooperation on cybersecurity and cyber resilience. First one is, do you actually know how cyber secure are your critical infrastructure providers? Right, so what the level of security is that you have, and the same goes for private actors. Do you know how cyber secure is your supply chain? If, for example, there is now with AI more and more the possibility to have simultaneous attacks on a lot of different points, if that happens, are you still able to run your operations? Are you still able to provide the services? And if you have a hard stop, how quickly are you able to get back up into operation? So this is a lot of questions to ask because everybody is connecting here. Another question is, how secure are the components you're working with, right? I mentioned with the chips, but do you have any unconscious openings for possibilities of unwanted foreign influence in your processes and products? And this goes also to how secure are your processes and products designed right from the beginning? Are you thinking about cybersecurity when you're putting something connected out there in processes and product? And lastly, are you breaking silos between your divisions? Because a lot of time, even within big corporate enterprises, we notice that one division is doing it and one is doing something else, and actually they have the same threat or could use the same resources, but they're very divided. So are you breaking silos within your organization and establishing task forces that go across to work on cybersecurity? May I just want to conclude with 3 points. As my colleague was saying as well, there are already a lot of things out there, of trainings, of materials, of saying you don't always need to reinvent the wheel. For example, the Charter of Trust, which I work for as a secretary as well, is an initiative of several big companies in the US, Europe, Japan, and they're working on establishing guidance, basic guidance for anybody out there who wants to take them on baseline requirements for supplier cybersecurity, for example, or how can you step by step make sure to integrate cybersecurity in your design of the products. So there's a lot to use, but it needs to be searched a bit and integrated. The second is cybersecurity is really about investment. It will cost something, but in the end, a successful cyber attack will cost more. So it's really important, and at the end, it's also our democracies, and in some cases, even lives which are at stake if we don't invest at the beginning in the cybersecurity. And last but not least, there's a lot of scenarios out there that are not so happy scenarios, let's say, but it's very important to prepare for them so that they don't happen in the end. And I was saying, we're talking about AI a lot, but also quantum is the next big thing, I think, that will also
put everything into question that we're working on right now in cybersecurity, so it should not be forgotten. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I think we can open up the discussion, and I would like to invite also speakers from previous sessions or next session to participate. That's the idea of our dialogue anyway, and even questions from the public. One question to start is, you all spoke a lot about capacity building and joint mechanisms, but my question is, how can we leverage existing frameworks, existing networks in the region in order to enhance cooperation in cybersecurity in the Balkans, but as you also said, not only in the Balkans, in our broader region? And if we manage to leverage these networks, then again, how can we overcome challenges which are related to trust, confidentiality, data protection? Because we're also in a region of the world that people know each other very well. We all say that we love each other, but at the end of the day, cooperation in several sectors is not that effective. It's an open question. Whoever you want can take the floor. Maybe, Mr. Yes, certainly.
Well, I'm going to pick up on something that Mr. Doyo said. When it comes to cybersecurity, we still have the mentality of a totally binary black or white world. So most people think that, you are either secure or you are not. You have been broken into. And the truth of the matter is that as our systems become more and more complex, they start to resemble living organisms. So we always have some pathogens inside our organizations, and we have to develop similar strategies to the immune system to deal with them on an ongoing basis. So I say that because I have been dealing with operating a large open network where we always have hacked nodes from a variety of state and non-state actors. So we always know that, you live in a network that has been infected, and we still manage to operate because we find those infections, we remove them, we move on. In order to do that, though, the organizations that suffer have to publish their experiences one way or another. It's very important. So that it's very important to take the stigma out, and it's hard. We know for a fact, my colleagues at the authority were telling me that last year they had to publish a report about a cloud provider, and the cloud provider lost a lot of their customers because they thought that they were completely incompetent just because they got hacked, which is rarely the case. Especially, you do things well, and then you get a supply chain attack through your software updates. You do everything right. You apply your security patches, and in the security patch, there is the back door. So you did everything that you had to do, and you still got hacked. So you will get hacked, number one. So please tell us what happened so that the rest of us don't have to suffer. And the attack surface and the attack potency gets limited as fast as possible. That's important. The second most important thing, and yes, NISA and to a large part my authority is responsible for putting together the specs by which organizations have to work and secure critical infrastructure, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, it is much more important for me to see your recovery plan. People are not putting much attention into their recovery plans. Where are your backups? Where is your disaster recovery? What are your disaster recovery facilities plans? How fast can you guarantee return to normal operation if a catastrophic event happens? That's, to me, much more important because, again, I have biological organizations in my mind. Biological organizations have recovery mechanisms in there. So that is even more important than dealing with your compliance. Because compliance is something that, yeah, we should do, and it's the biggest part of my agency's responsibility to ensure compliance. However, I cannot protect anybody from the guy in the Florida Water Authority, who was responsible for putting the cleaning chemical in the water, and decided that it was a good idea to connect the computer that was controlling how much substance was going into the water, into the internet, and then put TeamViewer in there so that he can control the computer from his home without a password. Thankfully for that town, some white hat hacker found it and informed them what was going on. Some terrorist attacker could go in there and essentially poison all of the country by pressing a button on that computer. We cannot protect ourselves completely against human stupidity, and that's why I think that capacity building and education, it's very important. Yes, we have the infrastructure exposures, but if you look at the large corpus of attacks that's out there, most of them are not hacks. They are not violations of the infrastructure themselves. They are actually scams right now. So actually educating everybody and educating people not to do things like that. Like, you don't have to have everything connected to the open internet. Yes, it's cool. Some people think that it's cool to fill their houses with cameras, who they don't know where the video, which they don't know where the video gets stored at. But, you know, think about it. Do I really get a lot of utility out of that? Or am I doing it because it's cool or it's convenient for me? So that's why I put capacity building in the general sense first, and, you know, all the other things that we have to do by law second, because we can limit the attack surface considerably by, you know, proper training. And coming from an university background, who has worked extensively with the private sector and companies in general, one of the things that I aspire to do at the authority is establish internships, formal internships with a university, so that we can actually train people to think of cybersecurity as something that they have to do automatically and not as an afterthought. I've been working with the internet on a daily basis since 1990. 1987 was the first time I sent an email here from Thessaloniki to a friend of mine who was at Ohio State back then. I have used the internet every day of my life, and I can understand why we're in the situation where we are, because, you know, any kind of security didn't come into serious discussion until the late 90s. So now we have to catch up.
Maybe I want to go back to your question about cooperation and what are the possibilities, potential for cooperation, and how we can do this. I want to give you some examples. I mean, we've been working on cooperation in the Western Balkan region for a long time. First example is we, together with colleagues also from ITU and other organizations, have really fostered a network, informal network of national certs. And this worked in the following way. There was no formal structure. We invited them to joint trainings and exercises, and so from a starting point where they hardly knew each other, they got to know each other, they built trust, they started to communicate and exchange. We did similar things with legal experts from different ministries from the region. Every time it was really a great success. Every time the starting point is that you build personal relationships. People see the value that they have in learning from each other, especially from their neighboring countries, because they have a lot in common and similar challenges. And then it is almost automatically it develops. But I want to also kind of make an important point here, because the question is always, how can we take this cooperation further? And again, I have to go back to this issue of resources and institutional capacities. You also mentioned this question of information exchange, I think, which is also often came up. And a lot of the, or all of the search from the region obviously already using international or European services and MISPs, networks to exchange threat information. But in order to use them very well, they also have to have the capacity to feed in and to bring back. Same as at national level. If you don't have a system and the people set up to receive and exchange information, then all the good intentions are useless. So I think instead of discussing all the time in abstract, yeah, cooperation, we all want to cooperate, we first of all have to build on trust, one thing, but then we also have to build on capacities, because otherwise you just build up empty shells.
Yeah, very nice points already from Michael and Francisca. From my side, and try to customize my messages to the audience here, to the Balkans. Basically, I would definitely recommend a national cybersecurity strategy, and not a one-off, but an iterative process that helps, the country to understand its priorities, its critical sectors, the weak points. Definitely a proper regulatory environment or policy environment that explains the roles and the responsibilities of the liable authorities, also clarifying the roles of the national competent authorities, what to do and what not to do. But regulation and policy can bring you so much. It cannot give you the security that you desire. You have to engage with the private sector on non-threatening, non-regulatory manner, because they are the asset owners. They know precisely how to do their job, and I don't believe that a public servant can never say to a very good engineer how to protect his or her systems. Definitely you have to engage in a dialogue, in an information sharing scheme, in a trusted information sharing scheme, so that people can understand what are the problems, learn from each other, and become better. And as the trust grows, then there are more possibilities to do joint things together, like an exercise or trainings. Now, there are some other underpinning factors that might threaten this trajectory. Definitely the availability of skills and the competencies of the people is definitely one. Second is the maturity that we see in some sectors, and this relates to investments. Some sectors are very mature, they have invested a lot, like telecoms, energy, but there are other sectors which are, lag behind. I can name a few, rail and gas and others. So I hope that there is a kind of a joint push so that these sectors can invest more and make sure that things can reach to a common level playing field, let's say. So.
Before giving the floor to our other speakers, a quick question. I was reading now about that's not related to the Balkans per se, but I was reading now about the new compendium on elections, cybersecurity and resilience. And I understand that has been, that ENISA is also part of this new compendium. What's the new compared to the previous one, if I may ask?
We have published the first compendium for elections in the previous, let's say, sensitive period of 2019, and it was very well appreciated. Now we are approaching a period where there are many critical, important elections happening, and the Parliament and the Council have requested the Member States and ENISA to act upon it. So we came together and we basically updated the compendium, and we brought new additional elements. Of course, there are several technical challenges that we face today than the previous time, 2019, and artificial intelligence and the let's say the weaponization of AI for industrializing misinformation, disinformation is definitely an important challenge to consider, but there are many other ones that we have identified. But the compendium, gives visibility to the problems. It then brings together the authorities, And also we have organized an exercise, with the electoral bodies of the member states so that they know each other and they can talk to each other if problems, arise. So it is a very useful exercise, and if the region believes that can benefit from this work, feel free to use it. It is free to download, and if there are questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, so on the topic of capacity and skills planning, I have to share or to start with an example, let's say, right, which I think is very familiar for most of the people here. In Greece, we born and die with earthquakes, right? Yeah, we suffer from earthquakes, let's say, annually or monthly. And what we do in order to sustain that, we train our children, we train ourselves from the very, very small age, right, by starting. And why do we do that? Why do we train people in order, how to react, what to do, or what not to do, which is extremely critical during an earthquake or during some critical situation? We train them because if we don't train people, if we don't prepare people and build capacity, we'll just base on instincts. And instincts is a bad thing, if you ask me, right? The same thing happens and can be very easily applied to cybersecurity. If we don't prepare, if we don't build the capacity and the skills for cybersecurity, then we end to, let's say, trust our instincts, to trust our, very reactive actions, which most likely will cause even further problems than the ones that we're actually trying to solve, okay? And I think because we know that the threat exists, we know that, we need to have cybersecurity. As we already said, there is not enough cybersecurity. We will never get 100% of cybersecurity. That's why we need to build capabilities and skills in order to avoid just relying on instincts and people that have no idea what to do, and they do what they thought is best at a very single moment that they were not prepared. Now, we talked also, and I heard my colleagues speaking a lot about compliance. Yes, compliance, I can tell you from our experience, it a lot pushes the cybersecurity, right? Because, for your organization, for our organization, for every entity to be able to actually sell, produce things, deliver services, they need to be compliant, right? One issue with compliance, of course, is, again, I could give an example of the tax authorities. On an annual basis, monthly basis, again, you have to pay your taxes. And you have to pay because in order to be compliant, right? And what happens also there? Most of the people, including me, I would say, we're looking for shortcuts. I'm not talking about illegal actions, but we're always looking for shortcuts, easy solutions, things to avoid. And at the end of the day, we don't care where the money goes. We just want to be compliant and move on. The same, I can tell you, I've seen, and we have seen as a team, it applies a lot when we're talking about cybersecurity compliance. I just want to be compliant because, I just need to get some certification. I just need to get something from the auditor in order to move forward. I can tell you that this is good to be compliant, but this is not enough, right? And I can also explain this one from just saying the enemy, that sometimes we consider compliance as our enemy. The very well-known quote where it says, know your enemy. And also many times the clients come to us and they say, okay, talk to us about the threat actors. What's happening out there? What we should be afraid? Most of the times I respond that, forget about know your enemy and start knowing yourself, knowing your environment, as I used to say, right? Because let's put aside compliance, which, as I said, we need it. Compliance need to be there. If you don't know your environment, if you don't know where exactly your data are stored, how your data is being processed, how your people are moving around and how your people are transferring the data, how do you expect to protect it? Okay, maybe you make some good guesses that, your data are secure. Or maybe your data are not secure. But the point is that compliance is good. Compliance is not enough. But for sure, we need to make sure that we know what's happening. We need to have the control of the situation. Also, as I spoke earlier about the incident response and how we do investigations, we do most of those things because we need to demonstrate control. If we don't demonstrate control, then maybe we need to do something else for our job, right? We need to be in control of the situations. And in order to be in control of the situations, as I said, to my opinion and the team I represent, we need to be, compliant, but we also need to build capabilities and skills.
If I may, a quick comment. That's very interesting what you said about compliance. I was 2 weeks ago in the Delphi Economic Forum. We had a similar discussion, but not about cybersecurity, about sustainability. And then again, the discussion about sustainability and compliance was more or less exactly the same. And people were saying that, of course, at the end of the day, we don't even know our companies or organizations. So, I will keep it for the sum up. Thank you. Please, Anna.
Thank you. Yes, I was think on because you're talking about the cooperation also in this region. Of course, then it's also political will at the end and go above certain things. But we're talking about how in cyberspace we're kind of all neighbors, right? I mean, there are no borders. But at the same time, if it does hit hard the infrastructure, then we do need something that is regional, viable, and cooperation, so that we can help out each other here in the very physical, pragmatic way before we get to the online thing. So there is really a need to also create something regionally, at least, to get over those hurdles. And because we're talking about capacity building and also, well, how to talk to each other and how to make space, I think it goes top, bottom, but also bottom up, right? So the top needs to make space and budget so that we can integrate the cybersecurity into all the organization, find the right people, and so that it's going through. But also bottom up, because those people who know the thing, the experts, need to collect things and implement them. So I think there's a really two-way street here to go so that it actually does work. And what we observe a lot is sometimes it's difficult to find who should you be talking to in the other company or organization. And this sometimes takes so much longer than actually solving the problem. So this is also why there's a need of quick reaction and knowing the contact points, where to go to when something happens, and also establish this beforehand, usually in training and cooperation and prevention. Last thing I just want to say is also what was discussed in Brussels 2 days ago was also how to integrate cybersecurity literally in development policies. So not only in Europe, but all across the world, when we go also as Europe, as European Union as well, outside with development programs for the digital world and promote. Sometimes the cybersecurity component comes afterwards, just as you were saying. It should come with it, right, at the beginning, so that we don't give a poisoned gift that turns out to be, in the end, an opening for further attacks.
Yeah, I realized that I didn't answer your question, and Francisca held me to that before, but I'm going to start with Anne. Yes, I believe the most important thing as our systems become more and more complex is to have clear accountability of who does what and who has responsibility for what. For example, in the Greek government right now, we have this big site, gov.gr, that has a lot of services, etc., etc. If one service is down, usually the first thing that you see is the cloud people pointing to the applications people. So even within the same organization, there are issues. So a big part of security is exactly what you said. Not only compliance, but also clear accountability. Who do I call for? I'm an engineer, so I like to have concrete actions. And thankfully for me, the agency, the directorate that I inherited, had concrete actions among all the things that I touched upon. So on the technology front, the two big projects that we have is first, establishing a security operations center in the authority, which is going to aggregate data from other smaller mission-specific security operations centers within Greece. And then we have Project Athena running, which is to aggregate and exchange information with the other regional country security operation centers. So that's the big technology project for us in the next couple of years. Hopefully we will up and running sometime next year. The other point is that we have put down a proposal to the European Union to establish the Cybersecurity Competence Center or Cybersecurity Academy in Greece within the EDIC framework. And if I remember correct, the initials is a European Data Infrastructure Consortium. I remember, I'm getting there. So hopefully that will get a positive answer and we can move on with NSI and do something good in the capacity building area. And then the one thing that we are behind is what Vangelos said. Our national cybersecurity strategy is 20 to 24. So A, it's expiring this year, and B, 4 years is too long for a strategy. We have to refresh it on a yearly basis. So those are our concrete action plans that we have as we speak, besides NIS2 compliance. Now, how I'm going to do all of these things with 42 people, I don't know, and where I'm going to find the other 110 that I'm supposed to hire immediately, it's a different story, but we have to start from somewhere.
I will give the floor to Mr. Bertolden. Yes.
Thank you very much. I have a question, or rather, I have two questions for the panel. First, I assume that cybersecurity threat issues are global in nature, simply because of the way things work. So this is my first question, how do you best calibrate regional cooperation to face what is essentially a global threat? And the second question I would like to ask is linked to that. Do you see any potential for linking up different regions across the world that are facing essentially the same threats, to exchange more information between them? How do you think that could best be done in order to prevent cyber threats from happening? If it's happening in one part of the world, it's going to happen somewhere else, and it's likely to be more or less the same actors or the same methods. Thank you.
You want? Yes, please. Yes, please.
Maybe I can start and then colleagues can take it from there. Look, cybersecurity is a sensitive matter, and for many member states is a national security matter. So, yes, we are all here enthusiasts of cybersecurity, and we want to solve problems, but we should not forget that, not all people outside are friends, or have the same cause. So in that respect, yes, the European Union, for example, has developed some capabilities. There are some still hesitations or concerns for national security reasons, but we are getting slowly there. The CISR network operates since more than 7-8 years, national governmental CISRs coming together to share information. We have established Cyclone, which is a crisis management cell that can be triggered when there are important incidents happening in the European Union. And definitely NISA, the last 3-4 years, develops international cooperation with important allies of the European Union. So we are in good terms with the US the last 2-3 years, and we align efforts. And also there is an EU strategy for international strategy, let's say. So some of these, let's say, expertise, knowledge, even tools, or even capacity, infrastructure, can be reused in the context of the region. Maybe Greece, and maybe Croatia, who are the two countries here in the region who are member states, together with Bulgaria, Romania, they can take leadership role and help others, to catch up. I think that is possible, but we should all put a disclaimer about the sensitivity of the business, Okay.
Yes. So yes, please.
Maybe, and since you asked about it, Christian, just to follow up what Evangelios has said, there is, I think we have to think about exactly what you said, that there's also different levels of trust, and that's just a reality, and there's a different relationship and different natures of relationship. But let's see what can be done, and you have given the examples of what's happening within the European Union. internationally, I want to just maybe give a shout out to FIRST, the Forum for Incident Response and Security Teams. That's a global organization that we often collaborate with. It's an association of CERTs, and their idea is to really be global. And but then obviously, first of all, they aim to work at really technical level, the technical expert exchange, and try not to be political. But of course, it's clear that the cooperation within European national CERTs is, by its nature, can be much stronger, much more, also going into more sensitive matters. What I want to say is just that there is definitely more potential to explore other ways of cooperating. I think one just has to look at it more sector by sector or group by group, and see what model of cooperation works. And it often can start slow, but in small. It's often just people meeting and getting to know each other. And I think one has to be open-minded and see that there's all kinds of different models that have to be adapted to the purpose, basically.
Yes.
Thank you for the question. I also have two short things. One is also just to reinforce the public-private aspect that we have is, of course, the threat is global and the problem is global, but in the end, you will work with the people that you work with on site, right? And with the private actors. So there may be global companies. I mean, IBM, for example, that's all over the world. But in the end, the people you want to be connected to react quickly are the ones that you're working with for the specific region you attacked. And the second is, well, it's global threat, but sometimes there is a correlation between where you sit and why you attacked, right? Especially in the geopolitical times. So there is also a big point in looking or being aware of the reasons why you might be attacked in the case of political motivated cyber threats, and recognizing who is on this side of the line in that case, and working with them to cooperate to make sure that it doesn't happen. So we do have a lot of geopolitical hotspots in the world which can induce these things. So I think this is also how you can, let's say, regionalize a little bit the cooperation, looking who are the common people that are targets or also, let's say, senders of those attacks. Yeah.
Okay, so if I may comment on the collaboration and sharing, I think it depends a lot on the maturity. And maturity, it has to do with the country itself, with the organization, the industry, with a lot of things, right? And when we talk about maturity, what do we actually mean, right? A lot of people, and I can tell you because I represent or I work a lot with the private sector, they consider that exposing an incident that they had or talking about the incident is very similar like exposing a weakness. But it's not like that. That's the point of maturity. You don't expose at that point the weakness. The point that your weakness was exposed was when the threat actor actually leveraged, exploited that, and became your threat actor. You see what I'm saying? That was the weakness. But the point that you start exposing what exactly happened, this is where you try to help the others around you in order to become better, to be aware of what's happening. Of course, in order, to enforce such a thing is for a lot of maybe entities, even including us, we could think before sharing something, we can say, okay, so what is in for me? What is the benefit for me? Yeah, maybe there is no benefit, right? Or maybe there is benefit that you can see if agencies start and, public sector starts to share a lot, much more than they can in order to demonstrate, to build that maturity to organizations. Because at the end of the day, many times we tend to mimic the behavior of some other authority. So if authorities start sharing a lot of information or the best information they can with us, they will gradually make us build this type of maturity that, at the end of the day, sharing is caring, right? And I really care for my neighborhood, for my competitor. And I was having a discussion last week with I would say, a large organization from EU, and they were saying that they see threat actors as their competitors as well, right? Because, you know, threat actors, they may want to terminate their business. So yeah, but they say, and I really agree, it's another competitor, but of course there are no rules in the game that threat actors can play, right? So if they are competitors, then sharing what you learned, what you saw from that competitor, I think it will help very much everyone.
Before summing up, I will go back to threats. And yes, we spoke about several threats, but we didn't identify them at all. If I may make our discussion a bit more political, from your experience, do we have any indications of specific countries, of specific actors, something that we can name, or threats have still a more general behind the scenes meaning? It's a question to everyone, and it can be also your concluding remarks.
Well, we have seen the patterns in the past. We should definitely consider Russia's involvement a bit threatening, given, for example, how long we spent cleaning up after the solar winds and other supply chain attacks, to put it in the less political framework that we can. To go on the other side, we are involved in a proxy war. That proxy war right now has introduced a new element. It's the first time that we are using commercial off-the-shelf technology, like the ones we use in the companies, to conduct warfare. The importance, for example, of Starlink into Ukrainian operations, which is a plain, internet service provider without much security built in. All of their security is accidental, mostly having to do with the fact that they don't have enough IP addresses to give around, and the fact that the world is not ready for IPv6 yet. That introduces other complexities in there, but the threats are well known. You have hackers, you have people who try to exploit infrastructure for a variety of purposes. If you are a scammer, you don't need to be a hacker, because these hackers also give you the infrastructure as a service right now, so you don't really need. So that even increases the problem a little bit more, but gives us some leverage, because you can shut down a lot of scammers by figuring out the infrastructure that they use. An example that happened around here recently, if you look at TV pirates, for example, they all use a couple of platforms globally. So if you attack that platform, you shut down TV piracy on multiple countries at once. And this has happened recently. It was a very recent event. So that's why exchanging information, talking about your problems, it's becoming more and more crucial. Now, the more information that you exchange, the more people that you need to evaluate that information. So there we need technology. So yes, it's good to build an aggregator security operations center, but without some help from AI to do the correlation of those logs into events, you're not doing anything. We have been collecting multiple logs for a very long time, and it's expensive to collect a lot of logs and keep them a lot of logs and process a lot of logs. The infrastructure is not cheap. But unless you have some help there, you're not going to be able to do anything. So you need to add some technology that will do the processing, and also you need to do events like this, not so much because we're going to learn technical tricks from each other. We could do that from many years back by reading the various public information from the search. But it's important to establish trust between the people, and establishing informal trust between the people who will actually have to do the job is the most important thing of them all in order to speed things up.
I mean, a lot of points already said, so I'm not going to repeat a lot, but about the threat and the political framework. I mean, there are reports out there where most of the attacks come from, but the attribution is always still also a tricky question, right? So you can read it in several reports where, I mean, of course, Russia, China, there is a kind of a attribution, but when it actually comes to attacks also on state infrastructure and government, it takes a while until you're sure to say, or if you want to say, it comes from there. So this on that. And also on what you were saying with infrastructure that we use right now, it's the same for civilian and military things, right? So we have this dual use issue a bit, or dual use if it's still the right term to use, maybe not anymore. So basically the threats can also be vehicled through anything right now. You can't regulate, like for example, after Russia invaded Ukraine, we had this also regulation at EU level, what technologies are now controlled that you can export because of dual use and so on. But how can you do this for digital tools, right? This is a whole another level of question and of regulation that is difficult to regulate right now.
Okay. I will not answer your question because I think the colleagues are much more qualified. Or I'll answer it differently. The colleagues are, I think, much more qualified in this area. What I think, what I just want to make a point that we rightly so often talk about, big actors and state actors and threats behind them. But I think there's a lot to be said about the instability and threats to security that's created by cybercrime, and that's what we see a lot by both on the private companies, but also public institutions that become victims of ransomware, whatever, where that destabilizes or paralyzes their work. So I think that is one thing that we shouldn't lose sight of. And I just want to kind of commend some really positive developments in the Western Balkan region that I know quite well in recent years, where we saw several economies really aligning their laws also with the NIS2 directive, because I think that it has put this important emphasis on working with critical infrastructure. And I think that's really very important. The law is a first step, and we've had the chance to work with Serbia and Montenegro on their new laws in this area. So I think talk about threats is one thing, but I think you, as many people have said before, you can just expect that you will be attacked, and you have to not just think about the obvious targets, but really the whole of your country, especially critical infrastructure, but also small and medium enterprises, which are often very, very weak and not protected.
Yes, thank you. So 4 elements from my side very quickly. So number one, we are bringing as a European Union more security into digital products or products that have digital elements under the codename Cyber Resilience Act, and that might be even certifications for high-risk products. And this is the first initiative of its kind in the world. Second, we are consolidating the policy framework around critical infrastructures by implementing NIS2 with important provisions that brings more maturity for public and private sector. Number three, we have developed a cyber solidarity framework. We are better prepared now to face challenges like the one that we have seen in Ukraine, and member states can come together to help each other if something like this happens in the future. And number four, we have put in the, let's say, the basic seeds for the AI Act, the AI developments, where cybersecurity is an integral part, and we look forward to collaborate with all the partners about the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the question is about attribution, which is very interesting, and to be honest, it's a very common question where we're dealing with investigations, right? Because everyone wants to know, yeah, I know what happened, but tell me who did it or who was behind that. Yeah, that's a very common question. So I can tell you that, that's why I said in the beginning, maybe that your enemy is the threat actor. It's very difficult for investigator or anyone to start naming people. I can give you a very easy example. You know, many times, especially in some, let's say, very well thought reports, you will not see the person who, she, whatever. No, you will read the account, the email, the identity. And why do we say that? We say that because we simply cannot be confident that the person who is owning the entity, the email, the account, or whatever, did that. This takes a lot of investigation, right? It's the same also happens when we talk on a geopolitical level. Why I'm saying that? I can give you an example of some years ago where I traveled in some of the Middle Eastern countries, and the company over there was under, let's say, a disastrous attack. You know, it was not something ransom or something else, it was just complete disaster. And we found out some days later during the investigation that a quote of the Quran, you know, the holy book of the Islam, was embedded into the malware, sending a very, very clear message and maybe making sure that, yeah, whoever reads the message, the victim in that case, will really understand what's happening here. Of course, yeah, you can very easily and fast jump into conclusions that, yeah, I'm here located, my enemy is on the other side, so he's the one or she's the one that wrote this message. But you cannot be sure, because what I'm trying to say here, and it has happened a lot, it could be someone else that is trying to attribute themselves as your enemy. And maybe they can do that because they want to blurry the waters, right? Or they want to do other things. Of course, this doesn't mean that you cannot get into any conclusion. No, you can get into conclusions, but you need to start analyzing where exactly you are being active, which industry, which country, and then evaluating all this against the geopolitical situation. Again, with your industry, with your political situation, what kind of stance, what kind of position your company, your organization has taken in most of the recent evolutions, and then maybe you will start realizing who exactly is your enemy, and you will start not making concrete conclusions, but for sure indicators, strong indicators of what is happening there.
Thank you very much, everyone. By the way, I will keep the term cyber solidarity. I really liked it, and I think we will find that a lot in the years to come. We can continue this discussion during our very nice lunch, where Antigone will show us. Yes, and we will be back at 3 p.m. with our next session. Thank you.
Την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. Please take your seats. This afternoon, we are going to discuss the issue of regional cooperation in Southeast Europe in the area of digitalization and how to use that regional cooperation to overcome this digital divide that exists there. When it comes to the countries of Southeast Europe, our host country, Greece, together with Bulgaria, Romania, Slovenia, and Croatia, are all members of European Union, while the others, Western Balkan countries, including Turkey and Moldova, are not. They are candidate countries, and most of them started accession negotiations with European Union. Digital agenda for Western Balkans was launched back in 2018 by European Commission, and 2 years later, European Union also created economic and investment program for Western Balkans that of course includes strong digital component. It is 9 million euros strong in grants and 20 billion euros in further investments. And the recent new growth plan for Western Balkans that was recently launched by European Commission also includes digital market of European Union and possibility for access to that digital market of Western Balkans. Apart from these funds, we also have recent developments in a legislature. We have a new European Union AI Act, and we also have a new framework AI Convention of Council of Europe. So this is brief introduction before I present a very knowledgeable and experienced panel in front of you. I will start with Mr. Dimostenis Anagnostopoulos, Secretary General of Hellenic Ministry of Digital Governance. Mr. Anagnostopoulos recently made a speech during Delphi Economic Forum mentioning basically creation of green data centers in Greece, mentioning very tangible benefits for Greece with digitalization of citizen services, which would be over 1 billion euros in benefits over next 5 years. And also mentioned a sentence that I remembered, which is, we now move data, not documents. Please.
It's okay. Thank you so much for the very encouraging introduction. Yes, what you said is absolutely true. Let me just give you some facts concerning advancement of digitalization in Greece and what we have done in the Ministry of Digital Governance in the past 5 years. Now, in 2019, we counted almost 40 million citizen transactions with government and business transactions with government. Last year, we counted more or less 1.5 billion transactions. Most of these transactions are transactions concerning interoperability. That is, transactions performed by digital government authorities aiming to serve citizens by exchanging data, not documents, as you mentioned, with the explicit consent of the citizen. Thus, most part of these 1.5 billion transactions are not logins to services, are exchanges of data performed by the government to serve the citizen, so that the citizen doesn't have to provide any certificates, document, extra data for him to be or her to be served. We based our advancement in these past 5 years based on 3 or 4 strategic decisions. First, we use the same user credentials for accessing all services. We don't have information systems that have different credentials. This is very important to promote digitalization and make citizens use services without having to remember different credentials. That is, username and passwords. The second is that we have launched GovGR, which is more or less based on GovUK, offering a similar look and feel for all new services. So we moved from 500 digital services offered to citizens and businesses to more than 1,700 services in the past years. The third is that we have embraced a cloud-first policy. So each public authority in Greece doesn't have to own a data center and personnel responsible for maintaining all these systems. This is something that is not longer needed. We don't need air conditioning systems, UPSs, and contracts for maintaining all this equipment for all public authorities in Greece. And the fourth strategic point is the use of interoperability in order to provide services in a way that the citizen logins to an application, to a service, and he or she states what he or she explicitly wants from the government, and let all other public authorities exchange data for him or her to be served. Now, it was also, to my understanding, a very important decision and kind of pioneer for us that the European certificate was presented in Greece by the Vice President of the Commission and our Prime Minister, Mitsotakis. And this was very important because this European vaccination certificate enabled mobility for all European citizens across Europe in a way that is accepted according to certain common standards across Europe. Why is this important? Because this European certificate is a predecessor to the European wallet, which will also provide similar capabilities. So, European Union, in the next couple of years, will launch the European wallet. That is a common means, framework, implementation for all European citizens having the ability to move across Europe, that is full mobility in all European countries, using the same standards. So, using the wallet, they also won't have to have different mechanisms for accessing both public sector services and private sector services, that is, logging to government services and also renting a car or a bicycle. So, this is, to my understanding, very crucial for Europe and Southeastern Europe as well. It's not a matter of being a member of the EU. It's also a matter of embracing the same standards. If you have the common standards, the same for vaccination, you'll be able to go all around Europe, all around the countries that share these common standards, and have full mobility, cross-country mobility, using the European wallet. We do have a wallet now in Greece, but it's our national wallet, which enables mobility in Greece. But the European wallet will offer such capabilities all around Europe. So, the first and most important topic, to my understanding, for being able to cooperate and interoperate in Southern Europe is this: embrace common standards for mobility, accessing public and private sector services. Two other very important issues to my understanding. The second concerns data centers. If you have a common strategy and common investment policy, and also share common legal, let's say, principles concerning data centers, then it will be evident that building such data centers in Southern Europe will provide complementary capabilities concerning issues of hosting data, offering, of course, services to citizens and businesses, and also concerning issues such as energy consumption and having green data centers. This is very important in the future when we envision the future of data centers. That's why I have the opinion that embracing common strategy and investment policy in some areas concerning data centers would be of much benefit. And the third, and my last remark, concerns AI. You know that according to the EU AI Act, countries, and also according to national legislation, countries have to analyze and test AI algorithms and somehow come up with the crucial issues for them, and having the obligation to see if these applications conform to what the EU AI Act says. It's of no need to support the opinion that one country cannot do such things individually. We have to work together, both at the EU level and at the South and Eastern Europe level, for being able to jointly analyze, test algorithms. I'm not talking about only sandboxes. I'm talking about the results, the impact, the assessment of AI algorithms that we have to do so, but not each country individually. This is not this is not possible, and would also lead to doing the same thing over and over again from different countries. We have to work together, find common ways to see how we can cooperate and join forces for promoting AI on the one hand, and the innovation of AI, and on the other hand, see how we can take the necessary precautions from AI developments. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your important points. Also, thank you very much for sticking to 5 minutes introductory remarks, and I hope that everybody else will do the same. So, saying that, I'm no pressure. I'm moving to Jaroslav Ponder, who is head of Europe Office of ITU, International Telecommunications Union, which is, of course, agency of United Nations for Digital Technology. Mr. Ponder was participating in Digital Summit of Western Balkans last October in Sarajevo. There have been 6 those regional digital summits so far. So my first question to you, Mr. Ponder, would be, what are your key takeaways from that summit? Please.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting us. First of all, congratulations to Greece for being on the top of the innovation in Europe, and this example of data centers is also one of the examples which is becoming the reference point for many countries which would like to follow the same pathway. We are very much attached to the sustainability of the digital infrastructure, and this is something what the member states at the level of the strategic goals have determined for the ITU to focus on. So therefore, congratulations, and we hope that also your experiences will serve for the global community as the reference point, and they will be able to learn from you. Of course, coming back to the ITU, ITU is the UN agency for digital. When you will take a look at our name, International Telecommunication Union, you will ask yourself, so what these guys are doing in this panel? They're dealing with the telecom. This is already over, but maybe not. Maybe this is in the center of the digitalization, and this is the foundation without which we cannot move further. Without also changing the perception on the connectivity, we're not able also to achieve those digital transitions which we are dreaming about. in the way that they are impactful. And this is the reason why also we have changed over the years our approach, going into and shifting towards the meaningful universal connectivity concepts, where it's not only about the cable, which have to be resilient, which has to be available, but also it has to provide the meaningfulness in terms of the use, that those digitalized services are used in the appropriate way to generate this impact. This is the reason why also our three sectors are very much dedicated to not only the pure connectivity, providing not only the terrestrial services and infrastructure, but also the satellite coordination and the spectrum management, which is winning more and more of the importance because we are talking about the ubiquity, we are talking about the universality of the communication, without which those systems which we are designing, expecting to provide the high impact on the productivity, will not work, basically. So this is the reason why this institution is so important, and this institution also provides a lot of standards. Secretary General mentioned about the standards. I think we have very much European focus on the standards, but currently it's also since few years it's changing. And there is the race for the winning the innovation race. And I think that currently Europe is doing a lot of efforts in order to make sure that the European know-how is winning recognition at the international level. And this is the reason why we're also strengthening our cooperation with the European Union structures, European industry, which needs to be visible, active, and advocate for the European leadership. We have currently over 4,000 active standards for the technologies, out of them over 300 AI-based and related, and those numbers are growing exponentially, which provides also the opportunities for the entrepreneurs to immediately by design to think locally but act globally and tap into the scale economies which can be offered only by the global markets. This competition is not easy. We have a lot of competition from the different continents, and we have to recognize this. That's why the strengthened efforts are very important. And also, this is the reason why for those countries which are accession countries, and now I'm coming back to this, what you referred to, that those accession countries are playing very important role, and they cannot be left behind. They have to be integrated in the European policies, support policies, and be the part of the European market. This is something what we discussed indeed in the Western Balkan Summit, and I hope that shortly we'll have the good news from one of the countries about the next edition, where we would like to focus very much on the digitalization itself as well, because this word is not only the term, but this is happening currently in every domain. When 20 years ago we were proposing the UN Summit on the Information Society, we were having really difficulty to have at the level of the governments the understanding why the digital would mean something to the agriculture minister. They didn't want basically to talk to us, and they said, no, talk to our colleague, this is the number. These days it has changed, and for the ITU, such institutions which advocated, this is a revolution which we are leading, and which we are also living on the everyday, having the very new verticals membership entering our institution, willing to develop the standards which create this scale economies, which ensure the interoperability. And now coming back to the a little bit to the AI, definitely AI needs the freedom. Innovation needs the freedom. We know all of that. But also there is this space for the standards. Since 10 years, we are organizing the AI for Good Summit, which is the co-hosted by 40 UN agencies summit, which brings the challenges of the Sustainable Development Goals with those who are providing the solutions. So on the annual basis, you will meet there 200 newest robots going around, and which you are talk to them and ask them the question. So I asked, and I said, is the ITU still relevant? And the answer of the robot was, ITU, I can't tell much, but I know that you are developing standards, and without those international standards, will not be able to ensure that we robots are interoperable. So robot saying this gave me a lot of food for thoughts that we are really driven by the mission. But we should not forget also about the human-centric approach in this case. This is the reason why in all this discussion we are paying much attention to the human-centered approach. We have launched recently the compendium of different best practices from the European countries to underline that whatever initiative is launched by those who are advanced, but also those who are just maybe about to accelerate on the digital transformation, they should not disregard the value of the human input into the design phase and also into the utilization phase. Because in many countries in this region, in the Western Balkans, we also experience the digital exclusion. This is the reason why we need to pay so much attention to the digital skills, in particular to the disadvantaged groups, where we are doing a lot of progress on digitalization, but removing the possibility of the traditional use of traditional means. Some of the elderly, for example, are feeling lost, and they have to seek the help. This is, of course, evolution. It will not last forever. The new generations are growing, but also they have to be prepared, not only to be consumer, but also to be proactive driver of this revolution.
Thank you.
That's for the start.
Thank you very much. Continuing with this topic, we have with us Gabriel Flores from Malta. He is a Chief Strategy Officer of Digital Innovation Authority of Malta, which is, from what I understand, within Ministry of Economy, Enterprise and Strategic Projects. So since Malta is very active on this topic in international fora, and Malta is now chairman of Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, I would like to ask you, how do you plan to use your chairmanship to deal with these issues? And also maybe to briefly comment, I know that you were commenting recently this framework convention on AI of Council of Europe. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the opportunity. And one thing which we've learned in Malta over the last years is how to act as a bridge. Is how to act as a bridge for peace, bridge for dialogue, and bridge for trust. And that helps us to reflect, and that approach helps us to focus our endeavors, especially in the digital field, to achieve those objectives. And I would like to share with you a story of an agency, the MDIA, which started back 6 years ago. And 6 years ago, our government had this dream of creating an agency focusing on fostering trust. So we thought at that time, how can we create trust? And to trust, and we asked people what trust means. And by that, trust can be achieved in various ways. And if we are aware, trust in governments, it's not always consistent. So how can we really achieve trust in digital innovation? And we found out, at least from the research in Malta that we've carried out, that the best way to co-create with people, and I think that was an approach, the co-creation approach, a multi-stakeholder approach, which was also adopted in the Convention of Artificial Intelligence. So the first step is to create with people. So we started in terms of AI with creating an AI sandbox, and I'm very proud that Malta created the first, back in 2021, AI-focused sandbox to facilitate safe innovation. So the idea here is to eliminate fragmentation, but even between regulators, experts, and industry by coming together and focusing on creating the safe innovation. Another aspect on how to create trust is the implementation of regulation. And we have these three core areas, mainly it's AI and the implementation of the AI Act and the Convention, cybersecurity, the MDA is the National Cybersecurity Certification Authority, and very recently data. And I think when it comes to fragmentation, we see a lot of fragmentation in data, not just between different member states and different governments, but also within entities sometimes and within the public administration. So the idea here is to create an economy around data and to really focus innovation in data by creating and coming up with new solutions. And very interestingly, this year we commissioned the researchers and the IA to ask people where will they trust their data to be used. And something which we didn't expect was that people were quite happy that data in the health sector, their data in the health sector will be used. So the idea of using of data outweighs, does it mean that privacy will not be respected? Not at all, because of course anything will be done in line with necessary regulations. Another aspect is empowering industry to ensure that what we do is our platforms are safe, and there are a number of measures, even at European level, to ensure and facilitate safe platforms. And one thing which we see that a lot of business is done in terms of Greece, Cyprus and Malta, in a number of sectors are considered as one market in view of geographical concerns and considerations. So we created this platform, it's called Mind the Gap, whereby companies have the opportunity to create, to assess themselves and really identify their strengths and weaknesses in cybersecurity, and at the same time being given the tools and expertise to assist them to actually improve. So moving from the opportunities that come around that, we reflect on the Cyber Resilience Act, and we see that in Europe there will be a market of 2.8 billion focused on conformity assessment, 2.8 billion euros. What does that mean? That means that if we have a toy and if we have a product, we want people to feel assured to trust the technology, but to trust the technology, there must be some form of oversight, and the Cyber Resilience Act is precisely following that. By creating a model of conformity assessment. So in terms of our approach, is definitely capitalizing on the fact and on the current contributions that Malta is being done to promote more a digital approach towards what we do and to promote trust at the end of the day.
Anything more on OSCE?
OSCE, yes, definitely. I believe that it is an opportunity which Malta has is being making its best use to create an environment which is conducive towards what really can create positive change. So I believe security is definitely an important aspect, and security, we look at it also in terms of cybersecurity. So that is definitely an area for prioritization.
Thank you. Now I would like to ask Madame Maria Bozudi from Hellenic Federation of Entrepreneurs to address us. The interesting fact about Maria is also that she has great experience dealing with Southeast Europe in the past, from Stability Pact for Southeast Europe, and then later Business Advisory Council for Southeast Europe and Eurasia. So my question to you, maybe introductory one, would be how do you estimate the work of Regional Cooperation Council in Sarajevo, that is in a way successor of Stability Pact and that is in a way coordinating these efforts to implement digital agenda for the region?
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for making reference to this very dear part of my professional experience while working in the Balkans. I should start by saying that regional cooperation in Southeast Europe is not something new. It goes back as far as something like 25 or 30 years ago. The Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe was established 25 years ago, actually. And one of the first initiatives that were launched by the Stability Pact included the digital economy in the region. It was called Southeast Europe. Neither the digital economy nor cooperation for the digital economy are new ideas and new concepts about the region. As far as the digital economy is concerned, we saw countries like Croatia, for example, employing new technologies to leapfrog, to modernize its economy, and it has worked to improve the welfare and the GDP and the economic performance of all countries that have actually jumped on the digital economy train sooner rather than later. As far as the current situation is concerned, even though I'm not following the RCC as close as I used to, I was there when it was established in 2008. I can tell you that the digital economy is part of the RCC's agenda, and it would perhaps be interesting to invite someone from the RCC at the next dialogues. And there are a number of funds and resources and know-how and technical assistance available for the countries of the region through the European Union, through the OECD, through various toolkits. And many EU mechanisms are accessible by Western Balkan countries, as well as Turkey and Moldova and so on. So there are a number of opportunities for countries of the region that they should pursue so as to improve their digital maturity. When it comes to the role of the business community in this process, I should say that, again, cooperation is not something new for the business community and enterprises in Southeastern Europe. So there are bridges already in place with regard to the digital economy. Again, I remember that I think it was 2007 or something like that. There was a tripartite partnership between ICT leaders, the Slovenian government, and the EU to establish the first Southeast Europe e-governance center in Ljubljana. So again, the region can innovate, the region can step ahead, and it can come up with good things. Now, when it comes to artificial intelligence in particular, let's take a look at the basics. You need data, you need algorithms, and you need computing capacity. Currently, we have a fragmented market, let's say, in the region that cannot attract the type of investment and the size of investment that is necessary to actually help the artificial intelligence ecosystem grow effectively and on a pace that's on a par with the rest of the EU. Therefore, more cooperation is definitely necessary on all these four fronts. And I should add a fourth one that has to do with human capital. Let me tell you that the basic digital skills in the region are recorded to exist only for 66% of the population. And when it comes to expertise, probably the Greek market is a good example. There are something like 90,000 STEM graduates, experts, that are missing from the Greek market, and it's estimated that something like 7,000 to 10,000 a year should be entering the labor force as well. So human capital is at the core of this transition to the age of AI, to this dimension of the fourth industrial revolution. Of course, with that goes cybersecurity. Of course, with that goes a broader spirit and the culture of innovation that takes time to build. The role of business in attracting investment is important. And overall, I mean, I don't want to take much of the time, but all I can say is that when the region merges its strengths, then it can overcome its weaknesses. Thank you.
Allow me now to switch immediately to Dimitros Badzis from Schroders Investment Management Company. He is the head for South, Central, Eastern Europe and Mediterranean there. And I wanted to turn to you now after Maria made this introduction about companies, because Schroders recently, earlier this month, organized its second investment conference in Athens. So my question to you would be, how is business community interested in supporting implementation of digital agenda and investing in digital things?
Well, thanks a lot for the invitation and a very interesting question. Allow me first of all to give you a quick feedback on Schroders, and then I will go deeper to the question. So first of all, we are a global asset manager. Currently, our assets under management are around 850 billion euro, which means we are an active asset manager looking to invest or to allocate the capital properly. And one of the big topics we will have or have already focused on is artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence is not something which everyone understands what we mean with that. Because artificial intelligence has a lot of subcategories, right? And I think this is very important to understand that when we speak about artificial intelligence, it's not only these robotics or the robots where we see in the movies who will threaten us, right? So artificial intelligence comes, first of all, with digitalization. So there is no company out there which is listed at the stock market who is not digitalized or has at least a web page. So that's a very, very important fact. Secondly, AI has also to do something with disruption. The disruptive forces, and here comes now a very interesting point. We are living in a time where disruptive forces will have the hugest ever implementation, what we've seen as human beings, even bigger than in the Industrial Revolution. So disruptive forces will force businesses, companies, and also consumers to rethink what they are using for. And these disruptive forces, they will actually force companies who will not adjust to the new norm of artificial intelligence to be out of the market and out of the consumption, out of the interest of consumers. So this we call stranded assets. And that's why we focus on not investing in stranded assets. So AI has also to do with data insights, innovation and automation, technology, cloud computing, we were hearing this, quantum computing, it's very important as well, even cybersecurity or even blockchain. Blockchain will be something where in the financial district will completely change everything what we have seen in stock markets or investment in general. But let me say also something on your question on artificial intelligence, and especially here in Greece. Greece is far beyond everything what we have seen until now in terms of the competitiveness and the thinking or the leadership, the entrepreneurial thinking in terms of future engagement. And one of the leading factors which comes together with artificial intelligence, and I have not been touching on, is energy transition. We are convinced that Greece will be one of the leaders in the energy transition space, and especially also in the climate change. And whenever we are talking about our investments in energy transition, we cannot think out of energy transition without artificial intelligence. You will need artificial intelligence, first of all, and secondly, what we are analyzing is until 2050, which is the global target for everyone, based on the Paris Agreement 2016, we need to have the temperature rise capped by 2 degrees Celsius. And there we will need to allocate $100 trillion. $100 trillion means 100 and 18 zeros. So you understand that artificial intelligence gives us a whole new investment opportunity. Together with the climate change, I think this will be one of the leading factors. And one thing which will be, again, very important for Greece especially, and the surrounding countries, will be the food and water chain. Here you will need artificial intelligence again. We are very active here as well. But in general, what I would say, the content of our conference back then in Athens was that we had a special guest. It was George Clooney. But George Clooney was artificial intelligence. So we are also even able, and you saw this also, I mean, we see the videos in YouTube and TikTok, who actually you think you see someone, but it's not. It's just an artificial intelligence, right? So cybersecurity will be also very important, but the way how we will consume, how we will use electricity, for example, how we will even have our healthcare issues, will be only driven by healthcare innovation. And that's why we at Schroders, we think that artificial intelligence is something where the sooner you look into this, the sooner you collaborate, even with governments or with companies sharing knowledge, even cooperating also with neighboring countries like we have here, right? I think this will be the only way how you can not only adapt and adjust to the future, but also how you can survive.
Thank you very much. Now let us move to two also extremely important topics for the end of this round. First topic is, of course, the work of Council of Europe. And I have Milica Vesovic next to me, who works for Council of Europe for 14 years, for the Directorate for Human Rights and Rule of Law. And she deals a lot with AI in last couple of years. And as we all know, Council of Europe recently adopted finally a first framework convention on AI. So my question to Milica is, what are the next steps with this? And my second question is how Council of Europe thinks of ways to overcome this digital fragmentation and digital divide.
Thank you very much, Jovan. I would also like to thank organizer already for participating for the second year to the Beyond, and to Ministry of Digital Government, which is the host of this event. I see very positive development last year, and I have to correct you, Jovan, I'm working in digitalization sector already for many years, and AI is a side component. We had our chair of the committee, secretary of the committee of AI Framework Convention, which has been adopted in March. So it is available for the signature of the member states. And talking about content of this panel, it is very much important that we see what is digital divide and what is digital fragmentation. As a Council of Europe person, I just need to remind that digital divide should basically be diminished as much as possible, that here are industries, also representatives of the government. We all together need to work towards minimizing divide of vulnerable groups, of particular groups such as women, girls, also persons with disabilities, but also digital divide, which is also one generational divide, because nobody should be left over. Digital services should be available to everyone. So end users of digital services are all citizens of our member states. And this leads me a little bit to a little bit more strategic question on basically how the legislative framework and basically standards that we are obeying at international level are at the same time uniting factor and can also provoke, so to say, fragmentation and divide. Beauty of this forum is that member states who are participating are EU member states as well as non-EU member states. So it is very nice to see basically how in Western Balkans, those countries who are in a session phase are dealing with aspects of digitalization, AI, and cybersecurity. Of course, those who are not belonging to the EU, they are not belonging to single European market, but of course, as we know, there is a strategy for Western Balkans adopted recently where member states have a common and joint agreement. From one hand, on another hand, the Council of Europe AN Convention, Framework Convention is available and can be very good portfolio that member states can set common ground and standards for operation of AI. I would illustrate certain episodes from my cooperation work, which just gives the flavor. There are already governments, state institutions, such as the judiciary, using AI tools. They are produced. They are helping, for example, judges and, so to say, judiciary in anonymizing court decisions or publishing court decisions online. Often can happen that AI tool can produce failure or mistake. So we need to have certain safeguards and to have a responsibility taken over by the state, and it needs to be well-defined responsibility who is there to basically repair the damage. In the certain moment, before AI convention, it looks that is like a ping pong. Some of those who are participating in developing process, such as the different ministries, are pointing out the finger to developer. Judges are developing, for example, a finger to the government. So it looks like that situation is rather unclear and can bring more to fragmentation and digital divide than digital unity. For overcoming all of this, I think what is very much already been said, and I would just like to reconfirm, digital strategies at the state level are very much important and to be deeply rooted and not only interlinked to the certain political mandates. So I think it needs to be a little bit more long future. Then, of course, increased cybersecurity, as we already said. This is the key pillar, and it needs to operate as like a preventive measure and not only to work when the damage happened. Then it was mentioned by previous speaker, Ms. Buzuli. I have impression that certain new professions will be created with this digitalization movement, because what we had in the past historically, there won't be only I-techs or legal professions, it will be legal techs, and it will be a lot of mixture of the professions, and for this I think institutional and capacity building will be the key. Of course, as previously said, we need to work together to find a common strategy for the region, and also not to let the non-EU member states to stay behind, or to be in a way somehow letting to promote different standards than those that are already streamlined at the level of EU and the Council of Europe. And of course, Council of Europe is here to promote all of these triangle, which we said, cybersecurity, basically cybercrime and cybersecurity element, then artificial intelligence, framework convention, and data protection is the key pillar, because without data we don't have digitalization, and without digitalization we don't have cybersecurity. So this is from my side.
Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. George Saliaris Facias, General Manager of Alter Ego Media, Alter Ego Media Group is the leading media group in Greece, owning many newspapers, TV channels, radio channels, but also digital platform. So my question would be, what is the role of media in implementing this digital agenda? And my second question would be, how is media going to handle the whole threat of disinformation that is inevitably going to come with development of AI?
Okay. Thank you for the honor of being on this panel. I want to start an introduction by saying, because our Secretary General is here with us today, that it was one of the few times I was proud I was Greek with the wallet that was mentioned before. I was traveling in the UK at the time for work, and they were doing everything on paper, and I was showing them your work, which was amazing. This was stemmed from cooperation, because the best cases from Slovenia were taken. They were further developed in Greece, and we managed to launch a fantastic service and to bridge a digital divide and remain safe during some challenging times. As a media, we own the biggest TV station in Greece, a 107-year-old newspaper. We employ 1,200 passionate journalists that inform and entertain the Greek public and the Greeks abroad. It's very important, the encompassing of digital technologies and the change that this brings. You've seen deep fakes, you've seen Taylor Swift in the US being decisive for the Trump elections. You've seen different stuff that comes out, and you see the younger generation being stuck on their mobile phones, pivoting up and down and swiping on TikTok. This changes the nature of media, this changes the nature of our business, and we have an ethical approach to the Greek public to inform and provide them with great news where they are. Media consumption is changing now. It's not on our platforms, it's not on TV anymore, it's on mobile phones, most of it. 80% of our digital content is done through mobile phones. So this changes a lot the way people see, interact, and come with our media services. Something that we need to cooperate on is investments, because you have Mistral, the French AI company. It was 10 months old. Microsoft invested 15 million, and it made the news everywhere. Le Monde wrote that the French government didn't even see it coming, that a US company invested in it, and we were all impressed. However, Microsoft has invested 13 billion in OpenAI. The magnitude of the difference of the investment makes AI going forward. If you read Sam Altman, he said the possibility of ChatGPT 4 was the computing power that was mentioned before. This is not available now to our esteemed European partners, so cooperating on infrastructure to be able to run large language models and to be able to perform on this front is crucial, and in such a panel it's something that should definitely be mentioned and actions should be taken on. The other thing which is very important is the human capital that we all see. If it doesn't work together on an open source approach, we'll stay behind and we'll be laggards again in yet another technology. In Europe, sorry for my boldness, we like a lot to regulate rather than liberate and move forward. So liberation, if you go now on Google research with Gemini, not ChatGPT, there's publicly open source code. You upload 3 of your pictures and then you can do lip syncing live, telling you and make a video out of you. This is public open source information. People download it and then they can create their own models. If we don't get such an approach in Europe, and if we don't cooperate together and put our minds together, we'll then again follow the Americans. And this is something that I don't want my kids to do. So please, let's move forward, bold and fast, and invest.
Thank you very much. We have time only for a couple of short questions. Are there any questions from the public, by the way? No? Then I will ask a couple of brief questions for the end. My question to Mr. Ponder would be connected with this cyber security work that ITU is going to do with the regional center in Montenegro. So could you just briefly tell us how ITU can help region to basically be more cyber secure? And then my questions to honorable representatives of Greece and Malta here are basically the same one, how their countries, members of European Union, can help implementation of digital agenda in the Western Balkans, so outside of European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. And maybe before I'm delving into the cybersecurity, maybe just to bring to your attention the mechanism which we are using for the programming of the regional activities. Our member states, 46 member states, every 4 years are agreeing upon the set of the regional initiatives, which one of those is the cybersecurity. And we are aware that we are in the very difficult situation because we have to balance between the interests of the European Union on the one hand, on the other hand also integrate the requirements from the accession countries in those maybe and those which maybe will access but in the future. So therefore our approach is also very light in terms of not duplicating any efforts ongoing. This is the reason why we are believing very much in cooperation. We are working with many institutions, primarily European Union, ENISA, but also with our colleagues from Geneva Center, who was speaking earlier, and the others. The regional center is definitely one important stakeholder in the building the capacities. We have offered all our services to be reused by the Western Balkans. We are investing a lot in the capacity building. We are holding the cyber drills, facilitating also the participation in the global cyber drills by the Western Balkans countries. Like this week, we had one happening in Dubai, where Albania was the winner of the global cyber drill. So congratulations to Albanian team. Well done. We're proud of you. Of course, we are holding those drills on the annual basis. The next one is happening in November in Bulgaria. And we'll be providing also the support to the Western Balkan countries to join us. But apart from this, of course, we have series of the different services, a lot of capacity building programs which are offered there, and we hope to build this. Only one last item, which in fact didn't come across during this session. It's related to this, what was happening yesterday. Yesterday, we celebrated the Girls in ICT's Day. And this brings us to the issue of the gender equality in the sector. Our panel is the great demonstration of this, what is the reality currently. And we hope that in the future, by 2030, we'll have like equal footing and a lot of support will be going also towards development of the job opportunities and career development opportunities for women. Who needs to be attracted, who needs to be courageous, but also encouraged by the friends of women to take this step and to enter into the STEM. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning this topic also. Mr. Flores, please.
We are strong believers in cooperation, and we see the Balkans as our partners. In fact, just earlier today, I was discussing with the governor of the Cybersecurity Authority how we can create a cooperation agreement, because the idea is more to share our experiences together, to build capacity together, to share information, because when we work together, we are stronger. And I think there was this idea before that how today everything in the digital world, especially in the cyber and the AI, there is no borders. So we are all together in it. And I think the only solution is cooperation. And I think one very practical way is the EDIC. So the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, the idea of how we can use the existing funding programs also to collaborate and build something which really is benefit to people in all countries.
Thank you. And now Mr. Anagnostopoulos to close this panel, please.
Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to say that it was an extremely interesting and very fruitful panel. I have to say that concerning the second question that you posed, how can we be useful to our partners in the Western Balkans? The answer is pretty much the same. We have to provide good examples, a steady and very reliable framework for developing digital services and infrastructure, I would say, and to my understanding, standards. According to what you've already mentioned and emphasized, providing standards that they can follow so that we can all cooperate in a uniform manner to exchange data, to go around Europe and Southern Europe and the Balkans and the Western Balkans. This is of utmost priority and importance. It has a practical value. And if you can also, using the same standards, access public and private sector services in this area, this could be a tremendous advancement of how you can either visit or invest and open a new business in each and every such country. So this is of our utmost priority, examples, good examples, framework and standards. The second is to be complementary. Data centers, I emphasize again, is of crucial importance. If you can somehow get benefit of energy resources in a complementary way, this would be this will be very significant for each and every country that has invested and operates data centers. And third, AI. It's not about Western Balkans, it's about Europe. We have to join forces, we have to analyze and test algorithms, otherwise we cannot do it each one by ourselves. So it's a matter of failing or succeeding. And it's also a matter of either joining forces or finding, let's say, areas in Europe or around Europe that may have a different framework, different legislation, and different way to handle AI. So it's like having some cases like the Cayman Islands in taxation. We don't need to have such cases in AI near our European borders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of our 7 superb panelists today, and to thank you, our dear audience, for your attention. Thank you.
Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης. Τα πάντα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό, την τεχνολογία και την καινοτομία στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης στην έκθεση Beyond. Λύσεις μηχανογράφησης, υπηρεσίες cloud, κυβερνοασφάλεια, smart cities, ημέρες καριέρας και διεθνές συνέδριο. Beyond, 25 με 27 Απριλίου στο Εκθεσιακό Κέντρο Θεσσαλονίκης.
Hello, everyone. Since we have a time restriction, we will move right next to our next panel, our next discussion, which, according to the organizers, should last 35 minutes. So please allow me to move quickly and introduce you the speakers. So as you can see, this panel is about how we cultivate digital innovation, especially in AI. We will discuss on strategies for technological advancement, the role of emerging tech in Southeastern Europe. And for this, we have invited some prestigious people to share their insight with us. So I will allow them to introduce themselves and quickly give us their insight on how, according to their knowledge, we can generate and promote innovation by promoting talent, creativity, entrepreneurial thinking, or if they wish to refer to specific policies, entrepreneurial or non-governmental, that could serve this purpose. So I will give the floor to Alvin.
Oh, okay, that's right. Hi, thank you for that introduction. I'm Alvin Wong Graylin. I'm the Global VP of Corp Dev for HTC. But in addition to that, I also am the president for the Virtual Reality Venture Capital Alliance and the Industry of VR Alliance, which are both industry organizations that are focused on increasing the popularity and the development of immersive technologies. As well as I just wrote a new book that's called Our Next Reality, talking about the integration of AI together with immersive tech that will change our world. So in terms of the question related to how do you promote innovation in a region, I've spent the last 8 years in China, actually last 18 years in China, and have seen it grow from a relatively less technological society to becoming one of the most technologically advanced societies in the world. And I think the government played a significant role in making that happen, both in terms of allowing the freedom and giving the incentives for certain industries to be prosperous, as well as giving the freedom and tax incentives to allow the entrepreneurs to do things that they normally would not be able to afford. There's also very large governmental investment funds that will support the industries that they highly want to encourage. And they also have special regions in the country that have different regulation and easier for people to immigrate to those regions to have a critical mass of talent. And education is also a major factor, as it is in all entrepreneurial areas around the world, that there needs to be very high quality education centers for these things all to come together. So the combination of those things, I don't want to take too much time, but I think the combination of multiple factors that are encouraged by the government can play a significant role in helping advance and accelerate that side of the industry.
Thank you so much. I will give the floor to Charlotte Lawrence to give us her insight from a non-governmental center, an educational center, an academic center in Sweden.
Thank you so much. And
I think it's working.
It's working? Thank you so much for inviting. Nice to be here and very interesting to take part of different discussions regarding innovation policy and how to implement innovation strategies within a region. I'm from Lund University in southern Sweden, next to Copenhagen, over the bridge. It's the water between. We work very much from the university. I work at what's called the collaboration office. And we work with arranging what we call a portfolio approach, where we have multi-stakeholder partnership with industry and the city, and working also through a joint innovation platform where we form cross-innovation areas with multi-stakeholders, partnerships, and larger groups of researchers around a pressing area, challenge area, where we try to make sense of both business intelligence, new research, different challenges that this area, for instance, an example, we have one innovation portfolio that's the textile transformation, and where we align and we have a partnership across the different faculties at the university, where we have 100 researchers from medicine to material science that work jointly within this innovation portfolio to find solutions together with industry. So very much the way we work with it is to create those collaborative spaces jointly. And we also worked for 10 years with our innovation researchers to set up this methodology and to work systematically on forming these capacities to collaborate around, and these portfolios also connect on international partnerships. So it's not some small and vibrant entrepreneurs around these knowledge areas where we catalyze both startups and joint innovation projects.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you so much. INSEAD is a very prestigious academic institution for those who have studied abroad. We have the privilege to have Thodoros with us today. Thodoros, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Thodoros Evgeniou. As you mentioned, I'm professor at INSEAD, working in the space of technology and business, mostly on AI and data, for the past 23 years or so, and before that, also in MIT, more of the same. And I'm also a co-founder of Tremo, that a company I'll talk about a bit later about. On the question, of course, there are many ways to cut the pie. Let me just outline one way to cut it. For innovation, what does one need? Let's say three things for now, to simplify them up. One is individual level capabilities and skills. The question is which ones. One is something around the resources around the individual, and one around the network, because innovation is not a lone inventor story, as we may think very often. It's mostly a collective story. So on the individual level, and also focusing very much on AI and data, as this is a theme of the event, I'm just going to share a couple of notes from a research project we did a couple of years ago at INSEAD, where we interviewed about 30, 40 chief data AI officers and CEOs, CFOs around the globe, from small to large companies, from digital natives to non-digital natives, including companies like Morgan Stanley, General Motors, Deliveroo, Danone, LVMH, I don't know, a bunch of them, 30, 40. And the goal of that research was basically to understand what are the main challenges for leveraging data, analytics, and AI. The number one challenge every single CXO, Chief X, whatever X is, officer mentioned to us, was basically the question about what do I do with this technology? What one can call understanding the art of what is possible. If there is one resource that's missing, it's neither data nor compute, it's imagination of executives. And I think that's really important to understand. So that's at the individual level, and of course the main question there is how does one get imagination about what to do with AI, and that's a whole different story. Part of it, of course, is education, skills, and networking with people like in events like this. So that's the first one. And of course, all digital skills more broadly, including organizational, not just hard, but also soft skills fall there. Second one is about resources. So what makes an organization innovative, right? Especially around AI. Again, the usual suspects are data, compute, but compute is the easy part, data quality, data governance, data availability to begin with, skills, the right level of skills, and the right governance. I'll stick with governance mostly because the rest are obvious. The AI governance, much like data governance, especially AI governance, given it has much more value creation opportunities, is a very important topic. And it also touches anywhere from AI strategy and value creation all the way to regulatory compliance and managing risks. So we have to build those capabilities. Companies have to build their AI governance and AI readiness at the same time. Finally, on the network and ecosystem side, again, it's important to understand that innovation comes from some loners, right? You see some patents which are from one person, but most of the patents are from multiple people. So it's important to create networks of collaborations and ideally diverse networks, especially when it comes to this kind of technologies where the imagination is triggered more by diversity. So that diversity can be among skills of the people in the team, but also among the organizations which are involved, academia, startups, industry, etc., etc. So we have to really create ecosystems and groups of diverse skills and personalities and organizations to ensure that this happens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Todor, for respecting the time constraints. I'll give the microphone right now to Andreas Botsikas. Andreas is coming from the business sector, from PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I'm sure he has to share a lot of us regarding the AI.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here on this important dialogue that we have. So I feel that I'm bringing the experiences from all my previous panelists, because I started in academia, so research and all this, and teaching students the next generation that is going to take the lead on this AI race that we are into. And then I moved into Microsoft industry, and this is closer to you, Alvin, where you're coming from this corporate environment. And now, as you said, I'm into the business side of things, where with PwC, we want to be in the forefront of the technological advancement and being the catalyst in both thought leadership, but also in the implementation of this digital innovation in our region. And in order to do that, I think we need to do two things. The first one is that we are customer zero for this initiative. We are driving our own internal adoption of new technologies by upskilling our people, by utilizing all those skills, but also making sure that we have the proper change and adoption so that our people don't just take a tool and try to use it in the wrong way, but actually use it properly and efficiently and everything else. And this is what brings us to the second question. How do we go out to our customers, where we are trying to offer them a more holistic approach, where we can bring all those multidisciplinary aspects like tax and legal, or the technological stack, or the people stack, and all those other components that each and every organization needs in order to help them do this transition to the next era. Overall, we think that this is not something a single company can do. This is not an easy task, and it will need cooperations. And this is why we are actively looking for cooperations with startups, with academia, and all other companies, so that we can build this ecosystem where we can freely exchange knowledge and experiences, and we can act as the catalyst to this digital innovation in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I haven't met a single discussion panel discussing on innovation without an Estonian inside. So, Ragnar, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am Ragnar from one of the probably best-known digital nations in the world. For sure, the most digitally savvy government. I'm a digital citizen. A country that has a little bit more than 1 million people, but almost 120 e-residents from more than 185 different countries in the world, who create annually around 20% of all the companies that are being created in Estonia. Companies that leave the taxes in Estonia and help Estonian economy. Now, Estonia has, as many of you know in this room, Estonia has most startups per capita in the world. Estonia also has the most unicorns created per capita in the world. Now, why is this? Why is it that you find this country in periphery with 1 million people in a very unfriendly location with unfriendly neighborhood, with such a situation? And that's the only story I want to share in this panel. Around 10 years ago or so, whether it was Financial Times or Forbes, or it doesn't really matter, made an article on this, asking the very same question. Why Estonia? What's happening there? Why Skype is from Estonia? Why Bolt is from, what's happening there? And the article came up with 3 reasons why Estonia is thriving digitally. Firstly, weather. It's so bad weather in Estonia that Estonians have nothing better to do than stay inside and program and code and create companies. The second reason is something that Alvin was already talking about, and that's education, that's skills, that's really, you know, starting from coding from the grade 1 in Estonia, grade 1 in curricula. As I said yesterday in the panel, my own son, who is in kindergarten, already takes coding lessons. So this is really embedded in the education system. But the third, and I think the most serious conclusion, was that you need well-functioning innovation ecosystem. Ecosystem where everyone has its part, the private sector, the businesses doing what they are doing best, but also the public sector. So maybe the only thing I want to add to this, just so that it would be clear, is that we need the government to be as digitally savvy, as low corruption, as open and transparent as possible. So when I'm thinking what makes, for example, Estonia more competitive in creating digital innovation strategy than, for example, Southeast Europe region, where I worked quite a lot, it's not the people, it's not the creativity. I mean, you have so many advantages over us. But when you look at the readiness by the government, the ease of making business, ease when you think about taxes, when you think about legal obstacles, I think we are still winning. Not for long, but we are still winning. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Our friend Christo here comes from a neighboring country, Bulgaria, and I'm sure there have been remarkable steps lately in innovation system. Christo, the floor is yours if you want to share your perspectives from the business side.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the audience and to the organization for this wonderful event. I think whatever I say after what Ragnar said, it will be, not as quite as good, but thanks for the experience that you have shared, Ragnar. This was amazing. The same as Andreas, I also have, let's say, own experience, which I would like to share. That is experience from one side, from business, but then understanding that the business needs, they must be somehow cultivated with also what the needs of the academia, of the municipality and the governments. And this is how we created, let's say, I would say a good example. This is probably something that I could share. So coming from the business side, as a founder and a CEO of a company that is for the last 4 years after the COVID started, rapidly growing. So like every year, like 50 to 80% growth from what we have. We were struggling with our ecosystem. Growing stably, finding new talents, and facing the challenges that are coming now on the business side, and especially AI. And yes, this is what we understood, that we have to do something not as a sole company and as a single player, as we should work actually as an ecosystem. And I believe this is what drives us to together also with other companies from our region, from the southeast Bulgarian region, where we actually gathered ourselves and we created our ICT cluster, Burgas, the ICT cluster of Burgas. And this is how we actually were trying to to involve different policies, not only into the business ecosystem, but also in the working together with the academia. This is how I invited also the universities of Burgas joining our ICT cluster. And this is where we also invited the municipality of Burgas. So at the end, let's say on a very short term, we have a cluster which is filled with all the needed parts that could actually move and develop our ecosystem. And coming with the challenges like AI, which is totally now changing the game, and we need to have like very rapid changes done not only from the business side, but done also in the universities. We were able just within a year to working together with the universities to open directly new new branches for AI in the universities, which is actually, let's say, a follow-up from what came from the business as a requirement, and this is how we actually, this is how the ecosystem grows together. And now, of course, because there is a gap between the universities, the university, let's say, preparation, and then the reality when you actually enter the business world. Of course, you have to have an academy that could make the additional preparation. Then we get additional support from the municipalities, so we could actually build and skill up the people directly to enter the business area. So I believe this is a really one good example how we, as a small ecosystem, we are even less than what they have in Estonia. Our ecosystem is more or less like 350,000 people in southeastern Bulgaria. But here actually the size is an advantage because a smaller ecosystem is actually a flexible ecosystem. And as you can say, to sit together and with all the other companies and the universities and say, okay, we are not a global players. We are small players, and we have to act together if we want actually to have some real improvement. And I believe this is what we have done is a real good example of how we can cooperate between all the areas and we achieve further excellence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christo. As we move forward, we step into the world of AI. There is always a very heated debate on regulation, how these future developments will need new regulation, and how these rules are renewed as long as we move forward. To this purpose, Orestis Omran is here with us from a renowned legal company in legal company group. Orestis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pano. I appreciate that. So hello, everyone. My name is Orestis Omran. I'm a partner with DLA Piper in Brussels, and I'm a transactional attorney. I work a lot on M&A, on regulatory matters, on EU regulatory matters, as well as on finance matters. So I would start my introductory remarks by saying that the legal sector is not very known for its innovation. So unfortunately, I cannot offer an example of something so innovative that is worth mentioning today in the panel. Maybe I can think of something later, but for the time being, and since, Pano, you mentioned the regulatory framework, I think before looking at the regulatory framework, which at an EU level is rather developed at this stage, we started, if you remember, with the Network Information Security Directive, which back in the years like 2012 was something so innovative already that we thought things would not go that way in any case. So we were speaking about the Internet of Things back then. We were speaking about digital innovation. Technology was basically behind regulation. And we have to admit that the EU has been playing a major role in that. I would like to look, though, into the political background of the regulation, which is very, very important if we are speaking about the EU. And the first thing, and I think that's also very important for the survival of the EU itself, it's what we would call the federalization of the EU. All these policies, the regulatory framework needs to be applicable at an EU level so that it functions somehow. And the fact that, should it be seen from the technological perspective, from the technical perspective, from the legal perspective, tomorrow would need basically more resources. Tomorrow would need more innovation so that individual member states cannot deal with that, on themselves. I think that's very, very important because if you look at what is required, digital innovation in the industrial sector requires 92 billion euros. That's an amazing amount. There is no single EU member state right now that can pay this amount to basically innovate the industrial sector. And that's only one sector of the EU economy. So you need to create the volume, you need to create the scale, you need to create the magnitude. And the only way you can do that, I think from a political perspective, is by an EU that is, unified enough to deal with the challenges of the real world. And that brings me to my second point. The second point from a policy perspective, and that's competitiveness. The EU needs to be competitive vis-a-vis the big players of the world. And the big players of the world right now is the US and China. And I heard my fellow speaker speaking about how fast technology moved in China, and actually China is an example. Estonia is an example as well. Nevertheless, it's true that Estonia or Greece or Bulgaria or Italy or Spain cannot play a significant role into digital innovation themselves. Why? Because they cannot be competitive enough. No matter how innovative are the policies, no matter how skillful the human capital is, no matter how smart people are, no matter how much money individual governments can actually spend towards digital innovation, they cannot be competitive in the real world. And the real world has certain blocks these days. And digital innovation, along with the climate crisis, the energy transition, along with the common security policy and the common defense policy of the EU, all these are major pillars which would need to be looked at from a closer perspective if we are willing to be competitive in the modern setting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oresti. I think we only have 8 to 9 minutes left, so I will try to be extremely brief and ask from our participants to conclude, either by mentioning a case study that has a special focus on the region, or if they would like to give a special advice for those who want to innovate, especially in the field of AI, since there's plenty of private and public sector representatives around us these days. So we'll start again. Want to go the same round, or you want to change? Alvin, you can start.
Yeah, so I'm going to give some advice for entrepreneurs. So I've been an entrepreneur for venture-backed startups, and I've invested in over 100 companies from a VC perspective. So I see a lot of entrepreneurs, and I see a lot of them making the same mistakes, and particularly the ones who are focused on short-term results, right? So if they say, oh, the trend is blockchains, okay, I'm going to go do a blockchain company, or the trend is AI, I'm going to do an AI company. Invariably, those companies fail because they don't have the actual background to differentiate themselves from what's in the market. So if you are going to go pursue something in AI today, don't do it because it's AI. Do something where you know the industry, you know the problem, and you have an advantage over other players in the market, whether it's your skill set, your understanding of a vertical, or your relationship with certain customer groups, etc. And then you add on AI as a tool to help you accentuate your advantage. If you can do that and you can solve somebody's real world problem versus just trying to raise money by having a business plan with the word AI in it, you're going to have a much better chance to be successful long term. So.
Thank you, Alvin. Charlotte.
Yeah, looking at you can always come into this fear of this global competition that everything is so big and you need a lot of finance. But I also see in a lot of communities where you create a good environment in an ecosystem and you connect this ecosystem, just like in Estonia. So actually creating a place where people can meet and where people can work together with the government, together with the city, together with different stakeholders, it can make a big difference. We were part of creating a cluster where we started over 500 food companies within 5-6 years. So it can be done, and it can be a very disruptive force when you put your mind to it and you create a good partnership between the different entities and stakeholders. So, and it doesn't take that long time. So even though you look at the fierce global competition, just to dive into an area and be persistent and form partnerships, you can make a huge difference within just a few years. And then also the investors come and you can see how you create attractive companies. So it's also doable, and we encourage you to create those environments, because it's and when you see that force working together and forming partnership, we're here together. I know Ragnar through a partnership that we have that's called the KIP, where we look at innovation policy across Europe, and where we really want to work with different cities and ecosystems and form policies that also are formed from beneath. It's not only on a top-down approach, but very much from a bottom-up as well. And we have a good faith in that we will be able to support those places that really wants to run with it and help them find ways of making policies into a tool for innovation where the different partners can be empowered by that. So.
Thodoros.
Yes, thank you. I will briefly talk about the company I co-founded, Tremont, and start by saying, of course, there is no such thing as a silver bullet. It doesn't exist. However, I will just highlight three important aspects that I think drives what we do and how we do it. First, everything starts with a very compelling mission. For example, in our case, our mission is to build a digital world that is safe and beneficial for all. Why is a mission important? Because it drives everything. It gives you a North Star in a sense, and it also attracts and retains and motivates people. That takes me to the second point. Second is the people, the skills, the team you create. And the team has to be really motivated and really top quality, obviously. That's why the mission is important. And I'll go to the third one. And by the way, sorry, the second one, given the ability to work virtually, we are global from day one, including having many people here in Greece from day one. And that's the second point. Third point, of course, mission is nothing without resources. That's why one has to be always value creation focused. So, which means, of course, customer-centric, market-centric. Also there, it's very important to realize that following the customers will never get you to discovering a new market or creating a new market. So you have to keep a balance. So just summarize, mission-driven, people that implement the mission, and resources based on value creation and innovation.
Thank you. Andreas is next.
Thank you. So first and foremost, I want to take a stand, Oresti, about our legal colleagues. Judging by how passionate my colleagues are about adopting new technologies like Harvey and all this type of thing, I wouldn't be surprised if in the coming few months we start listening about innovation in the legal space, because they are the ones who are really passionate and they're already building some pretty innovative use cases. So this, I still feel that this department has a lot to give. Now, coming to the use cases, and I'm going to put some meat to what Thodoros just said. We're very proud of a use case that is going to be publicly announceable a couple of days, in the coming days, where we are helping the CFO of a big hyperscaler make changes into her own organization. They are trying, and imagine the triangle. The CFO is trying to do efficiencies, reduce costs. You have the managers that they have to achieve the same goals with the same, even the same or even less resources. And then you have the employees who are looking at this situation and they don't see the future or they don't see the value. And this is where we come in and bringing in Gen AI tools or other technologies, immersive technologies. We are helping the CFO achieve the efficiencies that they want. We are helping the managers achieve their goals because they are doing the things that they need to. And the employees feel empowered and they stop doing the repetitive tasks and they're focusing on the more innovative things and also see the investment that the company is doing on their behalf. So I'm very proud of that example to close. Thank you.
So much. Ragnar.
Yeah, since the time is over, I just say my message is very clear and my recommendation. We need to climb out of our silos. It is not acceptable in 2024 and going forward how our higher education is still very much in silos, how our policy makers or policies are in silos. As much as we want every other sector to embrace technology and digital innovation, the digital sector also needs to embrace the other sectors as much. So I think we need to bridge different sides together. Just a comment, walking around these 2 days, I've seen signs, smart cities technologies. That's just one example. Being smart city is not the future. Everybody wants to be smart city. Some want to be creative city. Some want to be a green city. If you are not smart and creative and sustainable at the same time, you're not going to have future as a city. You're not going to be competitive. So again, let's climb out of our smart or digital silos and let's look the big picture. Thanks.
Last but not least, Orestes.
Thank you, Pano. Thank you very much. So, thinking about different stories on AI, I said I did not have any story before that, but I think while you guys were speaking, I do have a story. So, other than being an attorney and outside my legal practice, I happen to be these days a candidate for an MEP candidate for the European elections. And I've been spending lots of time trying to figure out how is the whole thing working, et cetera, et cetera. And it's true that till recently I was thinking that I am practically technologically illiterate. And I have all my people, working for me and trying to figure out what is the best way to do things, what is the best way to communicate digitally, because that's the modern way of doing things. And I do recall, like a few weeks ago, we were all together in my office and we were trying to find our campaign motto, our campaign slogan. Something that would, stay with people, that would be recognizable, and it would actually give my political stigma to the broader public. And we were all coming up with all those ideas. Some of them were pretty random. Some of them were even nonsense. Anyways, so my campaign manager walks in and says, "Guys, we do have a debate here. Let me try to help you out." So he starts speaking to his phone. By giving the application, he had an application installed in his phone, the different versions of the slogan, the different recommendations. And funny enough, that thing started analyzing in like a few seconds the pros and cons of the political slogan, what does it signify, how would each of those slogans be used, etc., etc. And it was amazing. I have to tell you guys, it was really amazing. We ended up selecting the right one because of the AI application on my campaign manager's phone. And that's a good example of how we can use modern technology, how we can use AI, even for things that we wouldn't have imagined for. The development of democratic institutions actually can be achieved through AI. That's an amazing thing. If you asked that like a few years ago, people would tell you that that's never going to happen. Like, you don't do politics like that. These days, we do politics like that as well. We do lots of things using AI. And personally, I can't wait to see the future. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, first of all, for being with us and sharing all this great insight. And second, I have to congratulate you for carrying this impossible task of concluding in such a short time. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. There is more to come. We look forward for more innovation in the future. Thank you.